I've spent most of my adult life working in facilities management, which is just a fancy way of saying I'm the guy who stays behind to make sure the lights stay on and the pipes don't burst when everyone else goes home. You get used to the quiet. In fact, you start to crave it. There's a specific kind of peace that comes with a building at 3:00 a.m. A vast, concrete cathedral of silence where your own breathing is the loudest thing in the room. But looking back, I realize that silence isn't always empty. Sometimes it's just a space waiting to be filled by something that shouldn't be there. This happened 6 years ago, during the winter of 2018. I was 32 at the time, working as the night shift lead for a sprawling, 3-story community college annex in a rural part of the state. It was a temporary gig while the main campus underwent renovations. The building was an old architectural relic from the late 70s. Lots of brutalist concrete, heavy steel doors, and long, windowless hallways that felt like they belonged in a submarine. Because it was winter break, the place was a tomb. No students, no faculty. Just me, my flashlight, and the hum of the industrial HVAC system. My mistake was a simple one, the kind of minor oversight that seems meaningless until it isn't. I had forgotten to charge my heavy-duty work radio. It sat dead on the charging cradle in the basement office, and instead of waiting 20 minutes for it to juice up, I decided to do my final rounds with just my cell phone and a mag light. I figured I was the only person within 5 miles. What could possibly go wrong? I remember feeling a strange sense of arrogance as I clicked the basement door shut behind me. I liked the isolation. I felt like the king of a hollow kingdom. I started on the 3rd floor, planning to work my way down. The air up there was cold. The heat was dialed back to 50 degrees to save on costs, and my breath hitched in the air like pale ghosts. I walked the length of the North Hall, my boots clicking rhythmically against the linoleum. Click, click, click. It was a familiar, comforting sound. But as I reached the end of the corridor, near the chemistry labs, I stopped to check a fire extinguisher seal. That's when I felt it, the opening spark. Usually, when you stop walking in a large building, the echoes of your footsteps take a fraction of a second to catch up and then die out. It's a physical law. You stop, the sound stops. But this time, when I planted my feet and reached for the extinguisher, there was one extra beat. Click. It was faint, hardly more than a soft tap against the floor, but it was distinct. It didn't come from behind me. It sounded like it came from around the corner of the intersecting hallway, maybe 30 feet away. I froze, my hand hovering over the red metal canister. I didn't breathe. I waited for the building to settle, for the pipes to groan or the wind to rattle the roof vents. Nothing. The silence was so heavy it felt pressurized, like I was deep underwater. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded thin and ridiculous in the vastness. There was no answer. I told myself it was just the thermal expansion of the floorboards, a logical explanation I'd used 1,000 times before. I turned the corner, shining my light down the length of the south hall. It was empty. The lockers stood like rows of silent sentinels. Everything looked exactly as it should, but the air felt different. The vibe of the floor had shifted from peaceful to watchful. I shook it off, chalking it up to too much caffeine and not enough sleep. I headed for the stairwell, but as I pulled the heavy steel door open, I could have sworn I heard the soft, rhythmic brushing of fabric against a wall, just out of sight. I descended to the second floor, my mind already working overtime to rationalize what I'd heard. It's funny how the brain works in those moments. It's like a lawyer, desperately trying to find a loophole in reality so you don't have to admit you're afraid. It was a stray cat, asterisk I thought, or maybe a draft caught a loose flyer on a bulletin board. But the second floor felt even colder than the third. The second floor housed the administrative offices and the library. It was carpeted, which should have made things quieter, but it only made the environment more unsettling. On linoleum, you know where a sound is coming from. On carpet, sounds are muffled, distorted. I began my sweep, shining my light into the glass-fronted offices. My reflection kept jumping out at me, a pale, wide-eyed version of myself that looked far more nervous than I felt. I was halfway through the administration wing when I saw the first real anomaly. In the center of the hallway, directly under a flickering emergency light, sat a single rolling office chair. It was positioned perfectly in the middle of the carpet, facing the direction I was walking. I stopped dead. I knew for a fact that chair hadn't been there during my 11:00 p.m. rounds. The offices were all locked. I had checked the handles myself. I walked up to it, my heart beginning to thud against my ribs like a trapped bird. The chair was still. I reached out and touched the backrest. It was warm. Not room temperature warm, but someone was just sitting here warm. I pulled my hand back as if I'd been burned. "Is someone there?" I asked, my voice firmer this time, flavored with a bit of the anger that usually masks fear. "I'm the security lead. The building is closed. You need to identify yourself." The only response was the distant, rhythmic thump-thump of a loose fan belt in the mechanical room 3 floors down. I looked at the office door. The chair likely belonged to room 204, the registrar's office. I tried the handle. Locked. I looked through the glass. The room was pitch black, but as my flashlight beam swept across the interior, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. A set of wet footprints led from the interior of the locked office, right through the solid wood of the closed door, and stopped exactly where the chair was sitting. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. I looked again. They weren't ghost footprints. They were salt-stained, slushy prints from a heavy boot, the kind someone would wear in the snow outside. But the door was locked. The seals were unbroken. There was no way for a physical person to have stepped through that door. And yet the slush was melting into the carpet right in front of me. I could smell it now, the scent of road salt and stagnant, freezing water. The logic I had been clinging to didn't just crack, it shattered. My stomach did a slow, nauseating flip. I wasn't dealing with a squatter or a prankster. I was in the building with something that didn't play by the rules of physics. My primal instinct, the one buried deep in the lizard brain that tells you to run when the shadows get too long, finally screamed at me. Get out, now. I didn't finish the round. I turned on my heel and headed back toward the stairwell, but I didn't run. Not yet. I knew that if I started running, I would lose my composure entirely, and in a dark building, panic is how you trip and break a limb. I kept my pace fast and rhythmic. Click, click, click. And then, from the hallway I had just left, the sound returned. But it wasn't a muffled tap anymore. It was a heavy, deliberate imitation of my own stride. Stomp, stomp, stomp. It was matching my pace, perfectly synced with my footsteps. When I sped up, it sped up. When I slowed down to test it, the footsteps behind me slowed down too. It was mocking me. I reached the stairwell door and yanked it open, ducking inside and letting the heavy door slam shut. The sound echoed up and down the concrete shaft like a gunshot. I stood there, gasping for air, listening. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, on the other side of the door, I heard it. The sound of a fingernail or something harder, like a claw slowly dragging down the metal surface of the door. Scree-yee. It was a long, agonizing sound that set my teeth on edge. And then, a voice. It didn't come from a throat. It sounded like a recording being played at the wrong speed, a garbled, wet mess of a sound that somehow formed words. Left your radio downstairs. My breath hitched. How did it know? The radio was in the basement. I hadn't told anyone. I hadn't spoken to a soul in 8 hours. I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and bolted down the stairs. I wasn't worried about being quiet anymore. I took the steps 3 at a time, my boots booming against the concrete. I could hear the door at the top of the stairs creak open. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I knew that if I saw whatever was making those sounds, I wouldn't be able to keep moving. I hit the first floor landing and burst through the doors into the main lobby. The exit was only 50 feet away, a set of double glass doors that led to the parking lot and my beautiful, blessed car. I could see the orange glow of the streetlights reflecting off the snow outside. Safety was right there. I was halfway across the lobby when the overhead lights, the ones that were supposed to be on a hardwired emergency circuit, suddenly flickered and died. Total darkness. I fumbled for my mag light, which I had tucked under my arm. My hands were shaking so violently I dropped it. The heavy metal flashlight hit the marble floor with a deafening asterisk clack and rolled away. I dropped to my knees, frantically sweeping my hands hands across the cold floor, searching for it. I found the light, clicked it on, and swept the beam toward the exit. Standing directly in front of the glass doors was a figure. It was wearing a high-visibility work jacket just like mine. It was the same height as me. It had the same build. But where its face should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless surface of pale, damp skin. No eyes, no nose, just a slight, horizontal slit where a mouth might be. It was holding my radio. The device crackled to life in its hand, and my own voice, recorded from some earlier shift, perhaps came out of the speaker. "All clear on 3, asterisk," my recorded voice said, sounding cheerful and oblivious. The creature tilted its head. The slit in its face opened slightly, and a dark, oily fluid leaked out. It didn't move toward me. It just stood there, blocking the only way out. I felt a wave of coldness wash over me that had nothing to do with the winter air. This was the moment of peak terror. The realization that I was being hunted by something that knew me, something that was wearing my life like a costume. I didn't think. I acted on pure, unadulterated adrenaline. I didn't go for the front doors. I turned and ran toward the cafeteria, knowing there was a freight elevator that led directly to the loading dock. I could hear the thing behind me. It wasn't running. It was doing that heavy, rhythmic stomp again. Stomp, stomp, stomp. I reached the freight elevator and mashed the button. The doors groaned open with agonizing slowness. I jumped inside and slammed the closed door button. As the gap narrowed, I saw the figure enter the cafeteria. It wasn't walking anymore. It was moving in a strange, jerky fashion, its limbs twitching like a broken marionette. It reached the elevator just as the doors sealed shut. The ride down to the loading dock felt like it took a lifetime. When the doors opened, I didn't wait. I sprinted out into the night, my lungs burning as I inhaled the freezing air. I ran across the parking lot, fumbling for my keys, and dived into my car. I backed out so fast I fishtailed, my tires screaming against the frozen asphalt. As I drove away, I looked back at the building in the rearview mirror. The lights on the second floor, the ones that had been off, were all blazing with a blinding, sterile white light. And there, standing in the window of the registrar's office, was the figure. It was waving at me, a slow, rhythmic wave. I didn't go to the police that night. I went to a 24-hour diner 3 towns over and sat in a booth until the sun came up, drinking black coffee until my heart felt like it was going to explode. When I finally called my supervisor the next morning to quit, I expected him to be angry. Instead, there was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. "You saw the foreman, didn't you?" he asked quietly. "The what?" "We don't talk about it," he said. "It happens every few years when the building stays empty too long. Just don't come back for your last check. I'll mail it." I never went back. I took a job in landscaping, somewhere I can always see the horizon and there are no long, empty hallways. But sometimes when I'm at home and the house is quiet, I'll be sitting in my chair and I'll hear it. A single, heavy footstep from the hallway outside my bedroom. Click. And I realize that once you've heard those footsteps, you never really stop listening for them. They follow you. They're just waiting for the silence to get loud enough again. The supervisor's voice stayed with me long after I hung up the phone. The foreman. The name sounded too professional, too grounded for the faceless thing that had mimicked my voice and stood between me and the night air. It implied a hierarchy, a sense of purpose. A foreman oversees a job. He ensures the workers are doing what they are supposed to do. But what kind of work was being done in a hollowed-out community college annex in the dead of winter? I spent the next week in a state of hypervigilance that bordered on psychosis. I moved out of my garden-level apartment within 48 hours, terrified by the proximity of the windows to the ground. I found a fourth-floor walk-up in a neighboring county, a place with creaky wooden floors that made it impossible for anyone or anything to move silently. I told myself I was safe, but the human mind is a treacherous thing. It seeks patterns. It looks for the shape of the monster in the folds of a discarded coat, or the way the shadows of tree branches play across a ceiling. By the second week, the physical exhaustion began to override the terror. I was working 12-hour shifts at a local nursery, hauling bags of mulch and heaving frozen root balls into the back of trucks. The manual labor was a sedative. I wanted to be so tired that my brain didn't have the energy to hallucinate. I wanted to sleep so deeply that I wouldn't hear the house settling. It was a Tuesday night when the first package arrived. There was no return address. It was a standard manila envelope padded with bubble wrap left leaning against my door. I didn't want to touch it. I stood in the hallway of my apartment building for 10 minutes, watching it as if it might suddenly sprout limbs and scuttle away. Eventually, curiosity, that old, dangerous itch, won out. I took it inside, sat at my small kitchen table, and sliced it open with a paring knife. Inside was my work radio. The heavy-duty plastic casing was cracked, and the antenna was bent at a sickening angle, but it was unmistakably mine. The yellow property of facilities sticker I'd defaced with a small ink drawing of a skull was still there. I felt a cold prickle of sweat break out across my forehead. I hadn't gone back for my gear. I told my supervisor to keep it, to burn it, to throw it in the river for all I cared. I reached out to touch the volume knob, and as if on cue, the speaker hissed to life. It wasn't the crisp, electronic static of a radio frequency. It was a wet, rhythmic sound, breathing, heavy, labored, and echoing, as if the person on the other end was standing in a large, tiled room. I didn't throw it away. I should have, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed by a sudden, irrational thought. If I throw it away, it will just come back closer. I turned the volume all the way down until the dial clicked off, and I shoved the radio into the back of my junk drawer, burying it under old menus and spare batteries. That night, the dreams started. In the dreams, I wasn't in my new apartment. I was back in the annex, but the geography was wrong. The hallways didn't end. They looped back on themselves in impossible geometries. I would walk through the door of the third-floor chemistry lab and find myself standing in the basement boiler room. The air was thick with the smell of road salt and ozone. And always, just around the next corner, I could hear the rhythm. Click, 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 my own footsteps, following me from the future or the past. In the dream, I reached the loading dock, but the doors wouldn't open. I turned around and the foreman was there, but it wasn't wearing the high-vis jacket anymore. It was wearing my skin. Not like a mask, but like a suit that didn't quite fit. The pale, featureless face was gone, replaced by my own eyes, my own beard, my own mouth. But the proportions were wrong. My eyes were too far apart. My mouth was a jagged, vertical slit that bled black oil. It reached out a hand, my hand, with the scar on the knuckle from a childhood bike accident, and whispered in that garbled, multitonal voice, "The shift isn't over, Elias. You didn't clock out." I woke up screaming, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The room was dark, save for the pale blue light of the digital clock on my bedside table. 3:14 a.m., the dead hour. I sat up, gasping for air, and that's when I heard it. From the kitchen, there was a soft, mechanical asterisk click. The sound of a radio being turned on. Static filled the apartment. A white noise so loud it felt like it was vibrating the marrow in my bones. I scrambled out of bed, grabbing a heavy glass lamp from the nightstand. My legs felt like lead as I crept toward the kitchen. The light from the street lamps filtered through the blinds, casting long, skeletal bars across the floor. The junk drawer was hanging wide open. The radio sat on the kitchen table. It shouldn't have been able to turn itself on. The battery had been dead for weeks. But the small LED screen was glowing a sickly, bruised purple. The static died down, replaced by a voice. It wasn't the garbled mess from before. It was clear. It was my supervisor, Jim. "Elias, are you there? Pick up, son. We've got a leak on the second floor, near the registrar's office." I stared at the radio. Jim's voice sounded younger, more energetic, like it had 10 years ago when I first started under him. "Jim," I whispered, my voice cracking. "Jim, you're at home. It's 3 in the morning." The radio crackled. "I'm in the basement, Elias. The watcher's rising. It's cold." "Why is it so cold? You need to come down here. Bring the mag light. The lights are acting up again." "You're not Jim," I said, my grip tightening on the lamp. "Jim told me to never come back. He told me about the foreman." There was a long pause. The static on the radio began to morph. shifting from white noise into the sound of many voices whispering at once, a literal sea of overlapping conversations, snippets of lectures, student gossip, and the mundane chatter of a busy school day. "The building is hungry, Elias," the radio said, the voice now a composite of a dozen different people. "It doesn't like being empty. It needs a witness. It needs someone to walk the halls so the halls stay real. If no one watches the corners start to fray." I lunged forward and grabbed the radio, intending to smash it against the floor, but the plastic felt strangely soft, like warm wax. I dropped it in horror. It didn't shatter. It landed with a wet, heavy thud, like a piece of raw meat. I backed away, stumbling into the living room, my eyes fixed on the kitchen door. I waited for the foreman to step out of the shadows. I waited for the faceless man to claim his replacement, but nothing came. The silence returned, deeper and more oppressive than before. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat on my sofa with every light in the apartment turned on, clutching a kitchen knife and watching the hallway. When the sun finally rose, I didn't feel relieved. I felt marked. I called Jim that morning. I didn't care if I sounded crazy. I needed to know what he meant by the foreman. I needed to know if I was losing my mind, or if I was part of some slow-motion haunting that I couldn't escape. The phone rang and rang. Finally, a woman answered. Her voice was thick with grief. "Hello. Is Jim there? Jim Henderson?" There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end. "Who is this?" "My name is Elias. I worked for him at the college annex. I just spoke to him last week." "That's impossible," the woman said, her voice trembling. "Jim died 3 days ago, a heart attack. They found him in his office at the main campus. The doctors said. They said his heart just stopped, like someone had turned off a switch." I felt the world tilt on its axis. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know. He sounded fine when we talked." "He wasn't fine," she snapped, a sudden flash of anger breaking through the sorrow. "The last few days he was obsessed with that old annex. He kept saying he had to go back. He kept saying he'd left something behind and that if he didn't go get it, the new kid would have to pay the debt. Does that make sense to you? Because it doesn't make any damn sense to me." I hung up the phone without another word. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the receiver. The debt. Facilities management. It's a fancy way of saying you're the one who stays behind. You're the one who keeps the lights on. But it's more than that. You're the anchor. A building like that, a brutalist concrete labyrinth, it has a weight to it. When it's filled with people, that weight is distributed. The energy of thousands of lives keeps the walls solid and the shadows in check. But when it's empty, the weight settles on the one person left inside. The foreman wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a demon. It was a manifestation of the building's need to be perceived. It was the manager of the vacuum. And Jim had been the anchor for 20 years. When he let me go, when he told me to run, he had broken the chain. He had tried to take the weight back onto himself, and it had crushed him. I looked toward the kitchen. The radio was gone. There was no sign of it on the floor or the table. The junk drawer was closed. I checked inside, frantically tossing aside the menus and batteries. Nothing. I spent the day in a fugue state. I went to work, but I couldn't focus. Every time a customer walked up behind me, I jumped. Every time a shovel scraped against the pavement, I heard the dragging of a claw against a steel door. I was waiting for the next sign. I was waiting for the building to call me back. It happened that evening, just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the snow in shades of bruised orange and violet. I was locking up the nursery's main gate when I saw a car parked across the street. It was an old, white sedan, identical to the one Jim used to drive. The driver's side window rolled down slowly. I stood frozen, the heavy iron chain in my hands. I expected to see Jim's ghost. I expected to see the foreman. Instead, I saw a young man, maybe 21 or 22. He looked terrified. He had the universal look of a night shift worker, dark circles under his eyes, a slight slouch to his shoulders, and a cheap polyester work jacket. "Are you Elias?" he asked, his voice trembling. I nodded slowly, stepping toward the curb. "Who are you?" "My name's Marcus. I just started at the college annex, the night shift. They told me you were the lead before me." My heart sank. "Marcus, you need to quit right now. Don't go back there tonight." The boy let out a dry, hacking laugh that sounded far too old for his face. "I can't. I need the money. My mom's sick, and this is the only place that pays a shift differential. But that's not why I'm here." He reached into the passenger seat and pulled out a heavy, industrial maglite. He held it out through the window. "I found this in the lobby today," he said. "It was sitting right in the middle of the floor. I didn't think much of it until I saw the name engraved on the side." He handed it to me. I took it, my fingers brushing against the cold metal. I didn't need to look at the engraving to know what it said. I could feel the deep, scratched letters under my thumb. Elias. "And there was something else," Marcus said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The radio. I kept hearing your voice on the channel, Elias. You were calling for help. You said you were trapped in the basement. You said the water was rising." I looked at the maglite, then back at the boy. Behind him, in the darkened interior of the car, I saw a movement. Just a shadow shifting in the backseat. A high-visibility jacket. A pale, featureless shape. "Marcus," I said, my voice steady despite the terror screaming in my ears. "Get out of the car. Now, walk away. Don't look in the mirror." But it was too late. The boy's eyes went wide. He didn't scream. He just stared straight ahead as a pair of hands, my hands, scarred and familiar, reached around from the backseat and gently rested on his shoulders. The radio on Marcus's belt clicked on. "Shift starting, Elias," my own voice said, echoing from the small speaker. "We've got a lot of ground to cover. The third floor is feeling thin." The white sedan put itself into gear. Marcus didn't touch the steering wheel. His hands were locked in his lap, his knuckles white. The car began to roll away, moving with a slow, rhythmic lurch that mimicked a heavy footstep. I stood on the sidewalk, clutching my old flashlight, watching the taillights disappear into the gathering gloom. I knew then that I couldn't just run. You can't run from a place that has decided you are part of its architecture. I went home and packed a bag, not to flee but to prepare. I put on my old work boots. I found my heavy coat. I checked the batteries in the mag light. If the building wanted a witness, I would give it one. But I wasn't going back as a victim. I was going back as the guy who makes sure the lights stay on. And if the foreman wanted to wear my skin, he was going to have to learn that a facility manager doesn't just watch the shadows. He controls them. I got into my car and started the engine. The radio in my dashboard flickered, the frequency scanning rapidly before landing on a dead channel. Click, click, click. "I'm coming," I whispered to the empty car, "and I'm bringing the light with me." I put the car in drive and headed back toward the rural part of the state, toward the brutalist concrete cathedral that was waiting to be filled. The silence was over. The work was just beginning. The drive back to the annex felt like descending into a deep, dark well. The further I got from the city lights, the more the world seemed to lose its definition. The trees on the side of the two-lane highway weren't trees anymore. They were jagged black strokes against a bruised purple sky. Every time I passed a road sign, the reflective paint flared like a warning eye. My hands were clamped so tightly on the steering wheel that my knuckles ached, but I didn't dare loosen my grip. If I let go, I felt like I might simply float away, unmoored from reality, pulled into the orbit of that concrete monolith waiting for me in the woods. I pulled into the gravel lot of the registrar's office at 11:45 p.m. The engine of my truck ticked as it cooled, the only sound in a silence so absolute it felt physical, like a weight pressing against my eardrums. The building loomed ahead of me, a gray, windowless fortress that seemed to swallow the moonlight. It didn't look like a school anymore. It looked like a tomb that had forgotten to stay closed. I stepped out of the truck, the gravel crunching under my boots with a sound that seemed to echo far longer than it should have. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the maglite Marcus had given me. It felt heavy, solid, a piece of the past brought into the present. I clicked it on. The beam was a sharp, defiant spear of white light that cut through the gloom, revealing the salt-stained pavement and the rusted handrails of the loading dock. "I'm here," I said. My voice didn't carry. It fell flat, as if the air itself was too thick to vibrate. I didn't go to the front doors. I knew they would be locked, and I didn't want to wait for the foreman to open them for me. I went to the side entrance, the one near the HVAC units, where I knew the magnetic lock had a habit of sticking if you kicked the frame just right. I reached the door and paused. On the glass there was a smudge, a handprint. It was small, the size of a child's, but the fingers were impossibly long, stretching upward toward the top of the frame. I ignored it. I kicked the base of the door, heard the satisfying asterisk thunk of the magnet disengaging, and pulled. The door groaned on its hinges, a low, metallic protest that sounded like a weary animal. I stepped inside. The smell hit me instantly. It wasn't just the cold, dead air of an unheated building. It was the smell of old paper, wet concrete, and something metallic, like copper pennies sitting in a jar of vinegar. It was the smell of the annex, but concentrated, as if the building had been holding its breath since I left. I started down the hallway toward the central security hub. My flashlight beam danced over the lockers, their green paint peeling in the dampness. Every few steps, I stopped and listened. And clicking. It was distant, coming from somewhere above me. The second floor. I didn't hurry. I knew the rules of this place now. If you ran, the hallways grew longer. If you showed fear, the shadows grew teeth. I walked with a steady, measured pace, the rhythm of a man who belonged there. As I reached the stairwell, I saw it. Taped to the cinder block wall was a work order. It was fresh, the paper crisp and white against the grimy stone. I shone my light on it. Location: basement boiler room B issue, unidentified vibration in the pipes. Assigned to E. Thorne. It's my name, written in my own handwriting. I felt a cold shiver trace the line of my spine, but I didn't turn back. I climbed the stairs to the second floor instead. I needed to see the registrar's office. I needed to see where the figure had waved at me. The second floor hallway was different. The air here was warmer, vibrating with a low-frequency hum that made my teeth ache. The classroom doors were all standing exactly halfway open, creating a jagged line of shadows that looked like a row of teeth. I walked past them, my eyes fixed straight ahead. I didn't want to see what was sitting at the desks. I didn't want to see the students the building had conjured to fill the void. I reached the registrar's office. The large glass window where I'd seen the figure waving was cracked. A single spiderweb fracture radiated from the center, as if something had leaned its entire weight against the glass from the inside. I stepped up to the window and shone my light into the office. The room was a wreck. Filing cabinets had been overturned, their contents spewed across the floor like autumn leaves. But it wasn't just paper. Amidst the transcripts and applications were objects that didn't belong. A pair of worn leather shoes, a set of rusted keys, a wedding ring sitting on top of a stack of folders. And in the center of the room, sitting in the swivel chair behind the main desk, was a mannequin. It was one of those plastic forms from the nursing department, used for CPR training. It had no hair, no features, just a smooth beige face with a permanent, hollow expression. It was wearing a high-visibility vest. I stood there, my heart hammering, waiting for it to move. It didn't. It just sat there, its plastic hands resting on the desk. Between its hands was a radio. The radio crackled. "Elias, you're late for the walkthrough." The voice came from the mannequin, but the mouth didn't move. The sound was projected from the radio, a distorted, bubbling version of Jim's voice. "Jim's dead," I said loudly, "and I don't work here anymore." The mannequin's head tilted. It was a slow, mechanical movement, the plastic neck creaking. "The building doesn't recognize dead, Elias. The building only recognizes absent. And absent is a fire hazard. Absent is a structural weakness. You shouldn't have left Marcus alone. He doesn't know how to bleed the lines. He doesn't know how to talk to the corners." "Where is he?" I demanded, stepping closer to the glass. "Where is the kid?" The mannequin raised a stiff, plastic arm and pointed toward the floor, toward the basement. "He's learning the geography. He's becoming a pillar. We need 4 pillars to keep the roof from screaming. We only have 3. I didn't wait for it to say more. I turned and ran for the stairwell. I forgot my own rule about not running, but the thought of that kid, that terrified boy with the sick mother, being absorbed into this place was more than I could stand. The stairs seemed to shift beneath my feet. One moment I was on the landing, the next I was staring at a wall of solid concrete where the door should have been. I pivoted, swinging my light wildly. The shadows were thick now, like black oil pouring down the walls. "Open up," I screamed, slamming my shoulder against the concrete. The wall didn't move, but the sound of my impact echoed through the building, transformed into a rhythmic thudding. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like a giant heart beating somewhere deep in the foundations. I forced myself to breathe. "Think, Elias, you're the manager, you know the blueprints." I remembered the freight elevator. It was old, a manual lift that ran on a cable system from the 50s. It didn't rely on the modern electronic grid that the building seemed to be manipulating. I scrambled down the hallway, my boots skidding on the linoleum. I found the elevator doors. They were heavy, industrial steel, painted a dull gray. I grabbed the handle and hauled them open. The shaft was a black maw, smelling of grease and wet earth. The car was stuck between floors, but the maintenance ladder was still bolted to the side of the shaft. I climbed in, hooking my flashlight to my belt. The descent was a nightmare of cramped space and cold metal. As I climbed down, I could hear voices whispering from the gaps in the elevator doors on each floor. Is he the one? He has the light. The light won't save the marrow. I reached the basement level and kicked open the emergency hatch at the bottom of the shaft. I dropped into the darkness, my boots splashing into 3 inches of cold, stagnant water. The basement was a labyrinth of pipes and hums. This was the gut of the annex, the place where the heat was generated and the waste was pumped out. The walls here weren't cinder block. They were rough-hewn stone, remnants of whatever structure had stood here before the college was built. "Marcus," I yelled. My voice was swallowed by the roar of the boilers. They were running at full capacity, the metal casings glowing a dull, angry red. The heat was immense, a physical wall that made the sweat pour down my face. I followed the sound of splashing water. I turned a corner near the main electrical panel and stopped dead. Marcus was there. He was standing in the middle of the room, his arms outstretched. He wasn't tied up. He wasn't being held. He was just standing there, his eyes wide and vacant. But he wasn't alone. The foreman was behind him. Up close, the thing was even more horrific. It was taller than a man, its limbs elongated and multi-jointed, like a spider's legs forced into human clothes. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, pale surface that seemed to ripple like water. It was holding Marcus's head with its long, gray fingers, as if it were trying to whisper directly into his brain. "Let him go," I said, my voice shaking. I pulled the maglite from my belt and aimed it directly at the thing's head. The foreman flinched, the white light carving a path through its translucent skin. It let out a sound like 1,000 radio stations being tuned at once, a shriek of static and human screams. "He is willing," asterisk the thing garbled, the voice vibrating through the floorboards. "He has the debt. He will stay so the others can sleep." "He's a kid," I yelled. "He doesn't owe this place anything." I stepped forward into the water, the maglite held like a club. The foreman turned its head toward me. The pale surface of its face began to shift, the skin bubbling and stretching until it formed a familiar shape. My face. It looked at me with my own eyes, but they were filled with a cold, ancient hunger. "You left, Elias. You broke the circle. The building is hungry. If it doesn't have a witness, it will expand. It will take the houses down the road. It will take the diner. It will take the nursery. It needs a center." "Then take me," I said. The words felt like lead in my mouth. I saw Marcus blink, his eyes clearing for a second. He looked at me, a single tear tracking through the soot on his cheek. "Elias," he whispered. "Run, Marcus," I said, not taking my eyes off the foreman. "Go to the elevator shaft, climb the ladder. Don't stop until you're in the parking lot. Take my truck. The keys are in the ignition." "But, Gio," the foreman shrieked, a sound that shattered the glass gauges on the boilers. It lunged at me, its movements a blur of impossible geometry. I swung the maglite, the heavy metal casing connecting with the side of its head. It felt like hitting a bag of wet sand. The creature staggered, and Marcus took his chance. He scrambled past us, his feet splashing through the water as he disappeared into the darkness of the pipe tunnels. I was alone with it now. The foreman straightened up. The dent I'd put in its head began to smooth out, the flesh flowing back into place. It reached out and grabbed my throat. Its grip was cold, like a ring of ice tightening around my windpipe. "You think you are the hero," it whispered, the voice now a perfect, terrifying mimic of my own. "But you are just the janitor. You are the one who cleans up the messes, and this building is the biggest mess of all." It lifted me off my feet. My boots dangled over the rising water. I could feel the consciousness of the building pressing in on me. Every brick, every nail, every forgotten student ID. It was too much. It was a sea of mundane misery, and I was being drowned in it. But I still had the light. I didn't try to hit it again. I reached out and jammed the end of the maglite directly into the center of the creature's face. I clicked the switch to the strobe setting. The basement exploded in a frenzy of high-intensity flashes. The foreman screamed, a physical sound that threw me backward into the water. The creature began to unravel. In the strobe light, I could see what it really was, a collection of discarded things. Old rags, bits of wire, dried leaves, and the lingering echoes of 1,000 conversations. It wasn't a monster, it was a scab. A scab formed over the wound where a community had been ripped away and replaced with nothing. I scrambled to my feet, my lungs burning. I didn't run for the elevator. I ran for the main gas shutoff valve. If the building wanted a witness, I would give it a final one. I would give it a funeral. I grabbed the heavy iron wheel of the gas main. It was rusted shut. I braced my feet against the wall and pulled with everything I had. The foreman was recovering, its form knitting back together in the darkness. It began to crawl toward me, its limbs clicking against the stone floor. Click, click, click. "Not today," I wheezed. I swung the maglite one last time, using the heavy base to smash the rusted valve. The metal snapped. A hiss of pressurized gas filled the room, a screaming sound that drowned out the boilers. I didn't stay to watch. I turned and sprinted for the emergency exit, the one that led to the old drainage tunnel. I didn't know if it was clear, and I didn't care. Behind me, the foreman let out a final, mournful cry. It wasn't a threat, it was a plea. "Don't leave us in the dark." I hit the crash bar on the exit door and tumbled out into the snow. I didn't stop. I ran until I hit the tree line, my breath coming in ragged gasps. A moment later, the basement of the annex exhaled. It wasn't a massive explosion. It was a muffled asterisk whump, followed by a pillar of blue flame that shot up through the ventilation shafts. The windows of the second floor, the registrar's office, blew outward, the glass raining down like diamonds in the moonlight. I watched as the fire took hold. The concrete didn't burn, but the insides did. The lockers, the desks, the mannequins, the files. The history of the place turned into smoke and ash. I stood there for a long time, watching the orange glow reflect off the snow. I felt a strange sense of peace. The weight was gone. The hum in my teeth had stopped. I eventually found my truck parked a mile down the road. Marcus was sitting on the bumper, shaking, the heater running full blast. When he saw me, he burst into tears. I didn't say anything. I just got in the driver's seat and started driving. We didn't go to the police. What would we tell them? That the building was lonely, that the foreman was made of static. I dropped Marcus off at his house. I told him to take his mother and move. I gave him all the cash I had in my wallet and told him to never look at a high-vis jacket again. I moved again, too, further north this time. I don't work in landscaping anymore. I work in a library. It's a small, busy place filled with the constant chatter of children and the smell of fresh coffee. There are no long hallways. There are no empty rooms. But sometimes when I'm closing up for the night, I'll stand at the end of the stacks and listen. I'll wait for the click. I'll wait for the rhythmic wave from a darkened window. It hasn't happened yet, but I still keep a mag light in my pocket, and I never, ever turn off all the lights, because I know that out there, somewhere in the dark, there's another empty building, and it's waiting for someone to come inside and keep the shadows honest. It's waiting for the next foreman to clock in. The transition back to a life of quiet normalcy was a lie I told myself every morning as I brushed my teeth and looked at the faint, silver scars on my throat where the foreman's fingers had nearly met. Moving north hadn't been about the climate. It was about the geography of memory. I needed a place where the dirt was different, where the stones hadn't been quarried from the same vein of silent, resentful granite that birthed the annex. The library in Oakhaven was a sanctuary of wood and sunlight. It was the antithesis of the gray, windowless fortress I had left in a pillar of blue flame. Here, the air smelled of vanilla and old binding glue, a comforting, organic decay that felt honest. I took the job as a night custodian, a title that made my hands shake the first time I signed the tax forms, but it was the only thing I knew how to do. I knew how to hold the line against the dust. I knew how to ensure the locks clicked home. For 6 months, the silence was just silence. It didn't have a pulse. It didn't have an agenda. I was buffing the floors in the children's section, the circular motion of the machine providing a meditative hum, when I saw the first sign that the debt hadn't been settled. It was a Tuesday, a rainy evening that turned the tall, arched windows into black mirrors. I pulled the trigger on the buffer, guiding it past the low oak tables when the machine hit a snag. It bucked in my grip, the motor whining as if the pad had caught on a bolt. I clicked it off. The silence that rushed back into the room was too cold. It had that familiar, physical weight, the pressure against the eardrums that suggested the room was suddenly much larger than the walls allowed. I knelt down to check the buffer's pad. Tangled in the white synthetic fibers was a strand of cassette tape. It was crinkled, a shimmering ribbon of brown plastic that looked like a dead snake. I pulled it free, and as I did, I felt a sharp prick in my thumb. I looked down. Embedded in the tape was a staple, a heavy-duty industrial staple, rusted and caked with a fine gray dust. A cinder block dust. I stood up, my heart beginning that slow, rhythmic thud that I'd hoped to leave in the basement of the annex. I looked at the shelf nearest to me. It was the local history section. Small, leather-bound volumes and spiral-bound genealogies sat in tidy rows. One book was pulled forward, its spine slightly askew. I reached for it, my fingers trembling. The title was The Foundations of Oakhaven, 1890-1920. I opened it to a random page, and a photograph fell out. It was a grainy, black and white shot of a construction crew standing in front of a deep trench. They were building the town's first water treatment plant, the very site the library now occupied. In the back row, standing slightly apart from the other men, was a figure in a heavy canvas coat. He was taller than the rest, his limbs looking a fraction too long for his sleeves. He had no face, just a blur of motion where features should have been, as if the camera hadn't been able to find a focus point on his skin. He was holding a mag light, not a period-appropriate lantern or a torch, a black, aircraft-grade aluminum mag light. Elias. I jumped, the book hitting the floor with a heavy asterisk thud. It was Sarah, the head librarian. She was standing by the circulation desk, her coat on, her keys jingling in her hand. She looked at me with a mixture of concern and exhaustion. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Just tired, Sarah," I said, my voice sounding thin and hollow. I kicked the book under the shadow of the shelving unit. The rain always makes the joints ache. "Don't stay too late," she said, heading for the door. "The forecast says it's going to turn to ice. And Elias, make sure you check the basement drains. The city's been doing work on the mains and the pressure's been wonky all day. I heard the pipes singing earlier." She laughed at her own choice of words, waved, and disappeared into the night. The heavy front doors hissed shut, the magnetic lock engaging with a sound that echoed through the empty stacks. Thunk. I stood in the center of the children's wing, the buffer sitting like a dead animal at my feet. The pipes were singing. I knew that song. It started as a vibration in the molars and ended as a scream in the subconscious. I walked to the circulation desk and picked up the phone. I dialed the number I'd memorized but never called. It rang 3 times before a woman answered. Her voice was guarded, weary. "Hello. Is Marcus there?" I asked. There was a long pause. I could hear a television in the background, a cartoon theme song playing. "Who is this?" "My name is Elias Thorne. I worked with him at the college." The silence on the other end became brittle. "Marcus doesn't live here anymore, Mr. Thorne. He's in a facility in Vermont." "A facility? Is he sick?" "He doesn't talk," she said, her voice breaking. "He just draws hundreds of pages every day. He draws hallways. He draws stairs that don't go anywhere, and he keeps asking for his light. He says the foreman is coming to collect the overtime." I felt the room tilt. The shadows between the bookshelves seemed to deepen, stretching toward me like grasping fingers. "Tell him," I started, but the line went dead. Not a hang-up. The sound was cut off by a burst of static, the same distorted, multi-tonal shriek I'd heard in the basement. I dropped the receiver. It dangled from the cord, swaying back and forth, the dial tone morphing into a rhythmic clicking. Click, click, click. The sound wasn't coming from the phone. It was coming from the floorboards. I grabbed my maglite from my belt. The weight of it was no longer a comfort. It was an anchor, dragging me back into a role I had tried to resign from. I clicked it on, the beam cutting through the dim light of the library. I didn't go to the front door. I knew, with the cold certainty of a man who had seen the blueprints of the impossible, that the door would not open. The library had stopped being a library the moment Sarah left. It was a throat now, and I was sliding down it. I walked toward the basement door. I didn't want to go, but the building was pulling me. My boots felt heavy, as if the floor were becoming adhesive, the linoleum turning into that strange metallic sludge. The basement door was a simple wooden affair, painted a cheerful yellow. But as I reached for the handle, the paint began to bubble and peel, revealing the gray, salt-stained steel of the annex's side entrance. The transition was seamless, a hallucination of architecture. I opened the door and stepped onto the stairs. They weren't wood. They were concrete, cold and damp. The smell hit me, the copper pennies, the wet paper, the vinegar. "I burned you," I whispered to the dark. "I watched you go up." "Fire is just a change of state, Elias." The voice came from the bottom of the stairs. It wasn't Jim's voice this time. It was Marcus's, but it was layered, a dozen voices speaking in unison, ranging from the high-pitched chirp of a child to the gravelly rasp of an old man. I shone the light down. Standing on the landing was the mannequin from the registrar's office. It was charred, its plastic skin melted into horrific, blackened bubbles. One of its arms was missing, replaced by a length of rusted rebar that twitched like a finger. It was wearing a tattered, high-visibility vest that seemed to be made of human hair. "The building doesn't burn," asterisk the mannequin thing said, its neck creaking as it tilted its head. "The building is an idea. You can't burn an idea. You can only move it. And you brought us here, Elias. You carried the soot in your lungs. You carried the blueprints in your dreams. You invited us to the library." "I didn't invite anyone," I snarled, stepping down the first stair. "I'm the manager here. I'm the one who keeps the lights on." "Then do your job," asterisk the creature garbled. It stepped back into the darkness of the basement, its movements jerky and unnatural. "The boiler is vibrating. The pipes are thirsty. The marrow is dry." I reached the bottom of the stairs and found myself not in the library's small furnace room, but back in the labyrinth. The rough-hewn stone walls were there, the pipes groaning under immense pressure. But the library was bleeding into it. Bookshelves were embedded in the stone, the pages of the books fluttering in a wind that shouldn't have existed. I saw a figure huddled near the main electrical panel. It was a man, dressed in a tattered suit, his back to me. He was scribbling frantically on the wall with a piece of charcoal. "Who are you?" I called out. The man turned. His eyes were gone, replaced by two polished brass washers. His mouth was sewn shut with copper wire. He held up a hand, gesturing to the wall. He hadn't been writing words. He'd been drawing a map. It was a map of the town, Oak Haven, but the streets were laid out like the hallways of the annex. The park was a courtyard. The school was a wing of the basement. The entire town was being reconstructed, floor by floor in the dark. "He's the architect," the mannequin said, appearing behind me. I spun around, the maglite beam catching the glint of its plastic eyes. "He was the first foreman. He tried to leave too. He thought he could bury the building under a lake. The lake is still there, but the building climbed out." "What do you want from me?" I screamed, the frustration finally breaking through the terror. "I gave you the boy. I stayed behind. Why aren't you satisfied?" "You gave us a witness who couldn't see," asterisk the creature said, its rebar arm scraping against the stone. "And you stayed, but you didn't listen. We don't want your life, Elias. We want your hands. We need someone to bleed the lines. The pressure is building. If the lines aren't bled, the building will scream. And if the building screams, every heart in this town will stop." It pointed to a valve near the ceiling. It was the same rusted iron wheel I had broken in the annex. But here it was whole, and it was glowing with a sickly, rhythmic light. The pipe attached to it was pulsing, a thick, dark liquid leaking from the joints. It wasn't gas, it was ink. "Oh, bleed it," the creature commanded. I looked at the valve, then at the architect, who was now weeping black fluid from behind his brass washer eyes. I realized then that the building wasn't just a place of death. It was a place of record. It was trying to write itself into reality, using the people inside it as the pens. I approached the valve. The heat was unbearable, the smell of ink and ozone filling my nose. I reached up and grabbed the wheel. It didn't feel like metal, it felt like bone. As I turned it, the building let out a low, satisfied moan. The vibrations in my teeth subsided. The darkness in the corners seemed to recede just a fraction. I felt a terrifying sense of purpose. For the first time in months, I felt useful. I was the manager. I was the one who kept the scream at bay. I turned the wheel until the pulsing stopped. The dark liquid flowed into a floor drain, disappearing into the depths of the earth. The mannequin nodded, a slow, mechanical gesture of approval. Good, Elias, very good. Now go to the second floor. There's a leak in the biography section. The memories are dripping. I didn't argue. I didn't try to run. I climbed the stairs, but they didn't lead back to the yellow door. They led to a hallway that stretched for miles, lined with lockers on one side and bookshelves on the other. I walked past a classroom door. Inside, I saw Sarah. She was sitting at a desk, her eyes vacant, her hands moving across a keyboard that wasn't connected to anything. She was typing the names of everyone in Oak Haven, over and over again. I didn't stop to help her. I couldn't. I had a job to do. I reached the biography section. The ceiling was sweating. I pulled a rag from my pocket, a rag that I didn't remember putting there, and began to wipe the moisture from the spines of the books. As I worked, I caught my reflection in the glass of a fire extinguisher cabinet. I was wearing a high-visibility vest. My skin was turning a pale, translucent gray. My eyes were becoming steady, unblinking. I wasn't the hero. I wasn't the victim. I was the maintenance. I heard a sound from the end of the hallway, a soft, hesitant footstep. A crunch. It was the sound of gravel on pavement. I looked toward the far end of the stacks, where the light of the moon was filtered through a window that shouldn't have been there. A young man was standing there. He was wearing a backpack, his face pale with curiosity and fear. He looked like a student. He looked like a witness. I didn't hide. I didn't scream. I simply raised my hand and gave him a slow, measured wave. "Welcome," I whispered, the voice coming from somewhere deep in the foundations. "We've been waiting for you to clock in." The boy froze, his eyes widening as he looked at my faceless, glowing form. He turned to run, but I knew he wouldn't get far. The hallways were already growing. The doors were already standing halfway open. I turned back to the bookshelves and continued to wipe away the sweat of the dead. It was a big building, and it was a long night. And someone had to keep the shadows honest. The boy's sneakers squeaked on the linoleum, a frantic, rhythmic chirping that sounded like a dying bird trapped in the rafters. I watched him bolt, his backpack bouncing against his spine, his shadow stretching out before him as he ran toward the heavy oak doors of the main reading room. He didn't understand, yet that distance was a currency this building no longer accepted. He was running toward a horizon that was being redrawn with every frantic breath he took. I didn't chase him. A manager doesn't chase. A manager oversees. I simply stood by the biography section, the damp rag in my hand feeling heavy and cold, like a piece of raw meat. The ink I had bled from the pipes was still under my fingernails, a stain that felt permanent, as if my very DNA was being rewritten in Courier new font. The library groaned. It was a deep, tectonic sound, the protest of wood and stone being forced into shapes they were never meant to hold. The rows of books began to lean inward, the shelves elongating until the tops were lost in a swirling mist of gray ceiling tiles and industrial fluorescent hum. The smell of the children's section, the crayons and the safety scissors, was swallowed by the sharp, metallic tang of the annex. I looked down at the book I had been cleaning. It was a biography of a local industrialist, a man who had died in 1914. But as I watched, the ink on the pages began to liquefy. The letters slid down the paper, pooling at the bottom of the binding like black blood. New words began to form, bubbling up from the pulp. Elia's thorn, the book whispered, born in a house of wood, died in a house of static. I slammed the book shut. The sound echoed through the distorted hallway, a gunshot in a cathedral of paper. I felt a surge of something that wasn't quite fear. It was more like a systemic error, a glitch in my own sense of self. I wasn't Elias anymore. Elias was the man who liked coffee and lived in a house with windows. This thing, this gray-skinned custodian with the rebar pulse, was something else. I was a function of the architecture. Help, is anyone there? The boy's voice came from the left, but I saw him running to the right. The geometry was fracturing. He was trapped in a recursive loop, passing the same display of new arrivals over and over again. Each time he passed it, the books on the display became more decayed, the covers rotting away to reveal pages made of translucent skin. I stepped into the center of the aisle. My movements were no longer my own. They were governed by the layout, my feet finding the path of least resistance through the warped space. I intercepted him near the reference desk. He skidded to a halt, his chest heaving. He was young, maybe 19, with a shock of blonde hair and a University of Vermont sweatshirt. He looked at me, and I saw his reflection in my brass washer eyes. I saw a monster. I saw a silhouette of a man filled with the flickering gray snow of an untuned television. "Please," he gasped, backing away. I forgot my laptop. I just came back to get my laptop." I tried to speak, but my throat was full of dry insulation and the taste of old copper. I reached out a hand, intending to point him toward the exit, but my arm elongated. the sleeve of my high-vis jacket stretching like taffy. My fingers were long, pale spindles that twitched with a life of their own. Shift, chain, I managed to wheeze. The words felt like they were being dragged over broken glass. The boy screamed, a high, thin sound that was instantly absorbed by the heavy curtains of the reading room. He turned and dived between two stacks of oversized art books. The building didn't like that. The building preferred order. The shelves began to move. They slid across the floor with the sound of grinding teeth, closing the gap between them. The boy scrambled through just as the heavy wood collided, the impact sending a shower of dust and splinters into the air. He was in the dark now, the narrow gaps between the shelves forming a secondary labyrinth within the first. I followed him. I didn't have to run. I simply leaned into the shadows and let the building carry me. I was a part of the ventilation now, a part of the wiring. I could feel his heartbeat through the floorboards, a fast, erratic drumming that was out of sync with the building's slow, rhythmic throb. I found him huddled in the corner of the microfiche room. The machines were all humming, their screens glowing with a pale, sickly green light. They weren't displaying newspaper archives. They were displaying blueprints, dozens of them flickering rapidly. I saw the annex. I saw the college. I saw a hospital I didn't recognize, a prison, a shopping mall. They were all connected, a subterranean nervous system of empty hallways and locked doors. The boy was staring at one of the screens. He was transfixed. "It's all the same," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It's all the same building." I stood in the doorway, my maglite beam casting a long, distorted shadow across the floor. "The foreman needs witnesses," I said. The boy looked up at me. The terror in his eyes was being replaced by something else, a hollow, vacant stare. He was starting to see the logic of the place. He was starting to understand that the exit was just another entrance in a different coat of paint. "Is he here?" the boy asked. "The one who makes the noise?" I felt a vibration in my chest, a warning. The foreman wasn't a person. The foreman was the vacancy itself. He was the silence that follows a scream, and he was hungry. "Listen," I told the boy, and for a second my own voice came back, the voice of Elias, the man who had tried to save Marcus. "You have to find the breaker, the main line, not the one in the basement, the one in the memory." The boy blinked, the green light of the microfiche reflecting in his pupils. "The memory." "The library," I struggled to explain, my limbs jerking as the building tried to reclaim my motor functions. "It's built on the water plant. The water carries the record. You have to drown it." I pointed to the floor. Underneath the industrial carpeting, I could hear the rush of water, not the gentle flow of city pipes, but the roar of an underground river, the dark, cold veins of the earth that the town had tried to build over. The building shrieked. A pipe in the wall burst, spraying a jet of black ink and icy water into the room. The microfiche machines began to explode, one by one, the glass screens shattering into glittering shards. The mannequin from the basement appeared in the spray of the water. It was taller now, its missing arm replaced by a tangle of black cables that whipped around like tentacles. It moved toward the boy, its plastic face contorted into a silent howl. The overtime must be paid. The voices screamed in unison, echoing off the damp walls. I didn't think. I couldn't afford to think. Thinking was for people who still had a future. I lunged at the mannequin, my elongated arms wrapping around its charred torso. It felt like grabbing a pillar of frozen smoke. The cold seeped into my bones, threatening to extinguish the last flicker of heat in my chest. "Run," I yelled at the boy. "Find the intake, break the seal." The boy scrambled to his feet, slipping on the ink and water. He looked at me, trapped in a wrestling match with a nightmare, and for a moment I saw a spark of courage in him. He didn't run for the door. He ran for the heavy metal grate in the center of the floor, the maintenance hatch for the old water works. He grabbed a heavy fire extinguisher from the wall and began to pound on the padlock. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike vibrated through the floor, sending ripples through the ink. The mannequin fought me with a mindless, mechanical strength. It shoved its rebar fingers into my throat, the same spot where the silver scars were. I felt the static filling my head, the gray snow blinding me. I was losing my grip on the physical world. I was becoming a shadow. Elias. I heard my name. It wasn't the boy. It wasn't the building. It was a memory. It was the sound of the wind in the trees further north. It was the sound of a truck engine starting in the snow. I tightened my hold on the creature. I drove my shoulder into its chest, pushing it back toward the wall where the ink was spraying. The liquid hit the mannequin and it began to dissolve, the black ink eating away at the plastic and the hair. It let out a sound like a failing modem, a digital screech of agony. Crack. The boy had broken the lock. He hauled the heavy iron grate open. Below was a churning vortex of black water, a vertical shaft that dropped into the dark heart of the town's foundations. "Do it," I roared. The boy didn't hesitate. He took the fire extinguisher and threw it into the shaft. Then he grabbed a stack of the living books from the nearby shelves, the ones that were bleeding ink and rewriting history, and hurled them into the water. The effect was instantaneous. The building convulsed. The walls began to ripple like fabric in a gale. The hallway outside stretched and snapped, the geometry collapsing in on itself. The ink on the floor began to drain into the hole, pulled by a sudden, violent vacuum. The mannequin vanished, sucked into the vortex along with the spray and the shadows. I felt the pull, too. My boots slid toward the edge of the pit. My gray, translucent hands gripped the edges of the floorboards, the wood splintering under my strength. The boy reached out and grabbed my hand. His skin was warm. It was the first warm thing I had felt in an eternity. The heat of his life flowed into me, a jolt of electricity that pushed back the static. For a brief second, I saw my own hand, not a spindly spindle of shadow, but a human hand, scarred and calloused. "I've got you," he shouted over the roar of the water. But I knew the rules of the building. I had read the fine print in the basement. The debt couldn't be canceled. It could only be transferred. If he pulled me out, the building would take him instead. It would find a way to make him the new manager, the new ghost in the high-vis jacket. "No," I said, and my voice was clear now. It was the voice of a man who was finally finishing his shift. "Go, get out, don't look back." I let go. The boy cried out, his hand grasping at the empty air. I fell back into the dark, into the rushing water and the ink and the memories. I felt the cold swallow me, the pressure of the earth pressing in from all sides. But I wasn't afraid. As I tumbled through the subterranean dark, I saw the library above me. I saw the lights flickering and then going out, one by one. I saw the boy scramble out of the hatch and run toward the front doors, which were finally swinging open to the rainy night. The building was shrinking. It was retreating back into the stones and the soil, its hunger sated for now by the sacrifice of its records. The idea of the annex was being washed away by the very water it had tried to corrupt. I hit the water. It wasn't like drowning. It was like being erased. I drifted through the dark for what felt like hours or maybe seconds. The geography of the underworld was fluid. I passed through pipes that felt like veins and chambers that felt like lungs. I saw the discarded remnants of 100 empty buildings, rusted desks, broken chairs, piles of rotting blueprints. Eventually, the current slowed. The water became shallow, the smell of ink replaced by the scent of pine needles and wet earth. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the bank of a small creek, a few miles outside of Oak Haven. The rain had stopped, and the first light of dawn was graying the horizon. I was shivering, my clothes soaked and covered in a fine gray silt. I sat up, my joints aching with a very human pain. I looked at my hands. They were pale, but they were solid. The brass washer eyes were gone. I could see the reflection of the trees in the water, real trees, with leaves that didn't turn into paper. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against something hard and cold. I pulled it out. It was my mag light. The black aluminum was scratched and dented, but it felt heavy in my hand. I clicked it on. The beam was weak, the batteries dying, but it was a steady, honest light. I stood up and began to walk. I didn't go back to the library. I didn't go back to my truck. I walked north, away from the town, away from the foundations. I knew it wasn't over. I knew that somewhere in another city, in another empty hallway, a light was flickering. A door was standing halfway open. A new foreman was being chosen from the ranks of the lonely and the lost. But as I walked, I felt a strange sense of lightness. I had bled the lines. I had kept the shadows honest for one more night. I reached the main road just as the sun broke over the hills. A truck was coming toward me, its headlights cutting through the morning mist. I didn't wave it down. I just kept walking, my shadow stretching out long and thin on the asphalt. It was a new day, and for the first time in a long time, I wasn't on the clock. But I still kept the maglite in my hand, just in case, because the dark is a patient architect, and it always leaves a space for the man who knows how to walk the halls. The asphalt felt different under my boots, gritty, real, and unapologetically solid. It didn't groan or stretch. It didn't try to pull my stride into a recursive loop. But as the truck roared past, splashing a curtain of rainwater over my shins, I realized the transition wasn't as clean as I'd hoped. When the spray hit me, I didn't just feel the cold. I felt the vibration of the engine in my teeth, a frequency that hummed dangerously close to the industrial drone of the library's ventilation system. I walked for an hour before I found a gas station that looked like it belonged to this decade. It was a squat, fluorescent-lit island in the gray morning, smelling of burnt coffee and cheap gasoline. I caught my reflection in the glass door as I pushed it open. I looked like a man who had been dragged through a sewer, but the gray translucence was gone. My skin was sallow, my eyes bloodshot and heavy with an exhaustion that felt like it reached back into my childhood. The clerk, a woman with a beehive of dyed red hair and a name tag that read Marge, didn't even look up from her crossword puzzle. "Bathrooms in the back," she wheezed. "Keys on the hubcap." I took the heavy wooden block with the rusted Ford hubcap attached to it. The weight was comforting. In the cramped, yellowing bathroom, I stripped off the high-vis vest. It felt like peeling off a layer of scaly, dead skin. I stared at it for a long time, draped over the stained porcelain of the sink. The fabric seemed to pulse, the reflective stripes shimmering even in the dim light of the single buzzing bulb. I wanted to burn it, but I knew better than to start a fire I couldn't control. I stuffed it deep into the trash can, burying it under a mountain of paper towels. When I splashed water on my face, I expected to see ink swirling in the basin. Instead, it was just clear, chlorinated water. I scrubbed my fingernails until they bled, trying to get the phantom stain of the archives out of my cuticles. "You okay in there, honey?" Marge yelled from the counter. Sounded like you were trying to dig a hole to China. "Fine," I croaked. My voice was still thin, a paper cut of a sound, just tired. I bought a coffee that tasted like battery acid and a pack of cigarettes I hadn't smoked in 10 years. I sat on the curb outside, watching the mist lift from the trees. The world was returning to its proper dimensions, but the edges still felt frayed. I kept looking at the shadows cast by the gas pumps. They were too long for the hour. They seemed to twitch when I wasn't looking directly at them, reaching toward my boots like inquisitive fingers. I needed to know if the boy made it. I needed to know if Oak Haven was still on the map, or if it had been folded into the architecture of the other. I walked to a payphone, a relic that seemed to have survived only because the world hadn't finished deleting it yet. I dialed the number for the Oak Haven Public Library. I expected static. I expected the voice of the foreman or the wet, slapping sound of the mannequin's feet. Oak Haven Public, how can I help you? The voice was young, bright, and utterly normal. It was a girl, maybe a student worker. Is the library open today? I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. Not until 10, sir. We're actually closed for minor repairs this morning. Some kind of plumbing issue in the basement. The whole place smells like old pond water. She giggled, a sound so mundane it made my eyes sting. Are you looking for a specific title? No, I said. No, I was just checking on a friend, a student. Blonde hair, UVM sweatshirt. Did he get out okay last night? There was a pause. I could hear the faint sound of pages turning in the background. The good kind of pages. The ones made of wood pulp and ink that stayed put. Oh, you mean Toby? Yeah, he's here. He's actually helping the janitor mop up the lobby. He looks like he saw a ghost, honestly, but he's fine. Why? Who is this? I hung up. I leaned my forehead against the cold metal of the phone booth. He was alive. He was mopping. He was part of the maintenance now, but the voluntary kind. The kind that gets a paycheck and goes home when the sun sets. I had broken the cycle, at least for him. I started walking again, but I didn't head toward my apartment. I couldn't go back there. My apartment was full of things that had shadows, closets, crawl spaces, the narrow gap behind the refrigerator. I knew that if I went back to a life of 4 walls and a ceiling, I'd eventually find a door that led back to the annex. The building wouldn't forget me. I was a trained asset now. I knew how to wipe the sweat from the spines. I knew how to keep the shadows honest. I found my truck 3 miles down the road, parked exactly where I'd left it near the construction site. It looked small and ridiculous, a toy made of rust and glass. I climbed inside and sat there for a long time, my hands gripping the steering wheel. The radio was off, but I could hear a faint signal bleeding through the speakers, a rhythmic, mechanical clicking. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Gravel on pavement, or maybe footsteps in an empty hallway. I looked in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I didn't see the backseat. I saw a long, white corridor with flickering lights and a row of doors standing halfway open. I saw a figure at the far end, wearing a high-vis vest, holding a rag. It waved at me, a slow, measured motion. I blinked, and the image was gone. Just the stained upholstery and a discarded fast food bag. I started the engine. The vibration was the same as the library's hum, but I leaned into it. I put the truck in gear and drove. I didn't look at the map. I didn't look at the signs. I just drove away from the sunrise, heading toward the places where the roads got thin and the towns got small. I realized then that the building wasn't just in Oak Haven. It was a blueprint laid over the entire world, a secondary nervous system that only certain people could feel. The abandoned malls, the midnight hospitals, the stairwells that felt like they went on for one floor too many, they were all rooms in the same house. And that house always needed a custodian. By noon, I was in a different county. I stopped at a diner called The Last Stop. It was a classic dive, wood-paneled and smelling of grease. I sat at the counter and ordered a slice of pie I didn't want. The man sitting next to me was wearing a faded jumpsuit. He had a heavy ring of keys hanging from his belt and a flashlight tucked into a leather holster. He looked at me, and I felt a cold chill wash over me. His eyes were steady, unblinking. "Rough night?" he asked. His voice sounded like it was coming from deep in the foundations. I looked at his keys. One of them was a long, skeletal thing made of black iron. It didn't look like it belonged to any door made by human hands. "The longest," I said. He nodded slowly, taking a sip of black coffee. "The moisture's been bad lately. The pipes are sweating in the archives. Hard to keep ahead of it." I felt the maglite in my pocket grow heavy. I realized I hadn't escaped. I had just been reassigned. "Which section?" I asked, my voice falling into the old, rhythmic cadence of the job. The man smiled, and for a second his skin looked pale and translucent in the diner's harsh light. "The basement of the courthouse 3 towns over. It's got a recursive loop in the records room. Needs someone who knows how to handle the ink." He slid a small, handwritten note across the counter. It wasn't an address. It was a set of coordinates and a time. 02:00 a.m. "Why me?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Because you didn't run when the water rose," he said. "The foreman likes a man who stays on the clock." He stood up, his keys jingling with a sound like chattering teeth. He walked toward the back of the diner, not toward the exit, but toward a narrow door marked private. He opened it, and for a heartbeat, I saw a flash of a white, windowless hallway that stretched into infinity. Then the door clicked shut, and he was gone. I sat there for a long time, the pie cooling on the plate. I thought about the boy, Toby, mopping the floor in Oak Haven. I thought about Marcus, whose name was probably being rewritten in a book of shadows right now. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the mag light. I checked the bezel. I checked the batteries. I wasn't a hero. I wasn't a victim. I stood up, left a $5 bill on the counter, and walked out into the gray afternoon. The world was big, and the night was always coming, and the hallways were always growing. Someone had to keep the shadows honest, and I had always been good with a rag. I climbed into my truck and checked the clock. I had 14 hours before my shift started. I decided to spend them driving. I wanted to see the sky while it was still blue, before it turned into the color of a dead television screen. As I pulled onto the highway, I noticed a hitchhiker standing by the off-ramp. He was young, carrying a backpack, looking pale and lost. He looked like a witness. I didn't stop. I couldn't help him. But as I passed, I raised my hand and gave him a slow, measured wave. I saw him in the side mirror, watching me go. He looked confused, maybe a little scared. He didn't know yet that he was standing on a trap door. He didn't know that the road he was on didn't lead to the next city, but to the next corridor. I turned up the radio. The static was louder now, a rhythmic pulsing that matched the beat of my heart. I started to hum along, a low, buzzing sound that vibrated in my chest. The truck felt lighter. The road felt smoother. The boundaries between the metal of the cab and the skin of my hands were beginning to blur again, but I didn't fight it this time. There was a comfort in the function. There was a peace in the maintenance. I reached for the note the man had left me. As I touched it, the ink began to move. The coordinates shifted, swirling into a new shape. "Welcome back, Elias," the paper whispered. I crumpled the note and tossed it out the window. It didn't fall to the pavement. It hovered for a second in the air, then vanished into a seam in the reality of the ditch. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows across the fields. The trees started to look like shelves. The clouds started to look like ceiling tiles. I gripped the wheel and accelerated. I had a job to do. And in the building that never ends, there's no such thing as being late, only being expected. I watched the first streetlights flicker to life in the distance. They were a sickly, industrial yellow. They looked perfect. The hallway was waiting, and I was already halfway down it. The hum of the tires against the pavement began to syncopate, a rhythmic thrumming that felt less like rubber on stone and more like the spinning of a massive, subterranean turbine. I watched the needle on the speedometer. It hovered at 60, but the landscape outside wasn't moving at 60 miles per hour. The telephone poles were passing too slowly, their wooden crossbeams stretching upward into the darkening sky like distorted crucifixes. The wires between them didn't sag. They were pulled taut, vibrating with a frequency that made the glass of my windshield shiver. I reached over to the passenger seat and picked up the mag light. It was cold, colder than the autumn air rushing through the cracked window. I realized I wasn't driving toward a town anymore. I was driving into a blueprint. The fields of dead corn on either side of the road were losing their color, turning into a grainy sepia wash that reminded me of old microfiche. The sky wasn't turning black. It was turning the bruised charcoal gray of a heavy filing cabinet. The coordinates the man had given me weren't just a location. They were an invitation to a specific layer of the world. I could feel the truck's suspension getting stiffer, the steering wheel becoming unresponsive as if the road itself were deciding which way I should turn. I didn't fight it. I let my hands rest lightly on the plastic rim, watching the headlights cut through a fog that had appeared out of nowhere. A thick, white vapor that smelled faintly of ozone and floor wax. A sign appeared in the mist. It was a standard green highway sign, but the white lettering didn't spell out a town name. It read, "Lower Level Archives 4 miles." I didn't break. I didn't scream. There was a hollow place in my chest where the fear used to live, now filled with a dull, functional compliance. I was a gear in a machine that spanned the continent, a maintenance man for the architecture of the forgotten. I thought of the boy, Toby, and wondered if he felt the same pull, or if my sacrifice had truly severed his connection to the grid. Probably not. The building was a jealous landlord. It might let him go for a decade, maybe 2, but it would always keep a room ready for him. The road transitioned. There was no bump, no sound of gravel, but suddenly the asphalt was gone. I was driving on polished concrete. The fog cleared, and I saw that I wasn't outside anymore. The highway was now a 10-lane corridor with a ceiling so high it was lost in shadow. Huge, industrial pillars flashed past, marked with yellow stripes and alphanumeric codes. B12, B13, B14. I pulled the truck to a stop. The engine didn't stall, it just ceased to be necessary. The silence that rushed in was absolute, the kind of silence that has weight pressing against your eardrums until they ache. I opened the door and stepped out. My boots made a sharp, echoing asterisk clack on the concrete. I looked back. The road I had come from was gone. There was only a wall of filing cabinets, stacked 50 feet high, their metal drawers rusted shut. I was in the courthouse basement, but it was a courthouse for a city that had never been built, housing records for crimes that hadn't been committed yet. "You're early," a voice said. I turned. A man was standing by a heavy steel door. He wasn't the man from the diner. This one was older, wearing a janitor's uniform that looked like it was made of gray canvas. He held a clipboard in one hand and a heavy ring of keys in the other. His face was a map of deep lines, his eyes 2 dark pits that seemed to absorb the light from my mag light. "The traffic was light," I said. My voice sounded different here, heavier, more resonant, as if the walls were helping me speak. The old man nodded, checking something off on his clipboard. The recursive loop is in section 9. The subpoenas are starting to bleed into the marriage licenses. If we don't separate them by morning, the whole floor will turn into a courtroom. We can't have that. The judge doesn't like being woken up early. The judge, I asked. The old man looked at me, a flicker of something like pity in his dark eyes. You'll meet him eventually. Everyone does. But for now, just stick to the ink. Use the solvent in the yellow bucket. Don't touch the red files. If they start to scream, just walk away and wait for the sound to stop. He handed me a key. It was the same black iron key I'd seen on the man in the diner. It felt freezing in my palm, a piece of the void shaped into a tool. What happened to the last guy? I asked, though I already knew. The janitor pointed upward toward the ceiling shadows. He forgot to check his shadow. It got caught in a door and the building folded him in. He's part of the insulation now. Good man. Quiet. I took the key and walked toward section 9. The hallway stretched out before me, a perspective drawing that refused to end. Every few hundred feet, a light would flicker overhead, casting my shadow long and distorted against the floor. I watched it carefully. I made sure it stayed attached to my heels. I made sure it didn't try to wander toward the doors I was passing. As I walked, I heard it, the sound of the building breathing. It was a slow, rhythmic wheeze of air moving through vents, carrying the scent of old paper and copper. Somewhere deep in the structure, a typewriter was clacking away, a frantic, endless sound that seemed to be counting down to something. I reached section 9. The doors were double wide, made of heavy oak that looked out of place in the concrete corridor. I inserted the iron key. The lock didn't just turn, it groaned, a sound of ancient gears grinding against one another. I pushed the doors open. The room was a nightmare of geometry. Rows of shelves spiraled toward the ceiling in a DNA-like double helix. Millions of papers were fluttering in a phantom breeze, some of them stuck to the walls like dead moths. In the center of the room, a vortex of ink was swirling, a dark, liquid shadow that rose from a crack in the floor. It was beautiful in a terrible way. A fountain of pure, concentrated history. I saw the loop. A stack of papers was flying in a circle around the ink fountain, moving so fast they were a blur of white. Every time they completed a circuit, a loud asterisk crack echoed through the room, like a whip hitting skin. I set my mag light on a nearby desk and picked up the yellow bucket. The solvent inside was clear and smelled like ammonia and rosemary. I dipped a rag into it. My hands were steady. The translucent quality was returning to my skin, the gray silt of the building beginning to settle under my pores. I didn't mind. It made the work easier. I stepped toward the vortex. The air was cold enough to crack my lips. I could hear voices coming from the swirling ink, shouts of lawyers, the sobbing of defendants, the gavel's heavy thud. It was a cacophony of human misery, distilled into a liquid and stored in the dark. "I'm just here for the maintenance," I whispered to the room. I reached out with the wet rag and touched the edge of the swirling papers. The moment the solvent hit the ink, the room screamed. It wasn't a human scream. It was the sound of metal tearing, of wood splintering, of 1,000 books being ripped apart at once. The vortex bucked, trying to pull me in, but I planted my boots and held on. I began to wipe. I wiped the ink from the air. I wiped the voices into silence. I worked with a methodical, mindless intensity. My world narrowed down to the movement of my arm, the smell of the solvent, and the fading roar of the records. Hours passed, or maybe years. In the basement of the courthouse, time was just another file that could be misplaced. My muscles ached, but the pain was distant, a message from a body I was slowly outgrowing. I saw my reflection in the polished concrete. I was taller now, my limbs longer, my eyes glowing with a faint, brassy light. The vortex began to shrink. The papers slowed down, falling to the floor in neat, orderly piles. The screaming died away, replaced by the steady, comforting hum of the building's heart. I finished the last of the ink, wiping the crack in the floor until it was just a seam in the stone. I stood up, my breath hitching in my chest. The room was silent. The loop was broken. The marriage licenses were marriage licenses again. The subpoenas were just paper. I picked up my mag light. The battery was almost dead, the light a dim orange flicker. I turned to leave, but I stopped. On the desk where I'd left my light, a new file had appeared. It was a simple manila folder, unmarked. I shouldn't have opened it. I knew the rules. Don't touch the red files. Don't read the records, but this wasn't red. It was the color of a summer afternoon, the color of the world I'd left behind. I opened it. Inside was a single photograph. It was a picture of a diner, the last stop. In the window, I could see a man sitting at the counter, eating a slice of pie. He looked tired. He looked like he was waiting for something. It was me, but it wasn't the me that was standing in the basement. It was the me that could have stayed. The me that could have walked away from the truck and the notes and the keys. Beneath the photo, a single line was written in elegant, flowing script. The position is permanent. Benefits include infinity. I stared at the photo until the image began to blur. I felt a tear track down my cheek, but when I touched it, it wasn't salt water. It was gray silt. I closed the folder. I didn't destroy it. I placed it neatly on the shelf between a divorce decree from 1924 and a property deed from a town that had burned down in the 50s. I filed myself away. I walked back to the double doors and locked them. The iron key felt warm now, as if it had accepted me. The old janitor was gone. In his place was a small brass bell on a stand. I rang it. The sound was clear and sharp, vibrating through the entire level. A moment later, a door opened in the wall, not a door that had been there before, but one that had just been drawn into existence. A woman stepped out. She was wearing a high-vis vest and carrying a mop. She looked at me and nodded. "Section 10 is leaking," she said. "The blueprints for the new mall are turning into water." "I'll get my bucket," I said. I didn't ask her name. Names didn't matter here. We were just the staff. We were the ones who kept the walls from collapsing into the thoughts of the people above. We were the guardians of the empty hallways. As I walked toward Section 10, I clicked on my mag light. The beam was strong again, a brilliant, piercing white that cut through the shadows like a knife. I didn't need batteries anymore. The building was providing the power. I started to whistle a tune I couldn't quite remember the name of. It was a lonely sound, but it filled the space. Somewhere far above, a boy named Toby was waking up in a sunlit room, forgetting the smell of ink and the sound of footsteps. He was safe. The debt had been transferred. The ledger was balanced. I turned the corner, my shadow stretching out before me, long and faithful. The hallway was long, but for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I was going. I was going to work, and the work was never-ending. I reached the next door and reached for my keys. The black iron felt like home. I turned the lock, and the building groaned in a welcoming way. "Next shift," I whispered to the dark. And the dark whispered back, 1,000 voices in 1,000 empty rooms, all saying the same thing. "Welcome home, Foreman." The transition from the basement level to Section 10 wasn't a matter of walking so much as it was a matter of intent. The concrete under my boots began to feel like wet sponge, then like static, then finally like a corrugated metal walkway that vibrated with the mechanical roar of 1,000 cooling fans. The air here was different, thick and humid, smelling of stagnant rain, and the metallic tang of unrefined electricity. The woman in the high-vis vest had vanished into a seam between two massive support pillars, leaving me alone with the sound of the leak. It wasn't a leak in the plumbing. It was a leak in the concept. The blueprints for the new mall, a sprawling, suburban monstrosity that existed somewhere in the above, as a series of dreams and debt, were pinned to massive drafting tables that stretched for miles. But the ink was melting. It wasn't dripping onto the floor. It was turning into actual brackish water that pooled around the legs of the tables and began to flow toward the lower archives. If the water reached the records I had just stabilized, the marriage licenses would drown, and the divorces would turn into shipwrecks. I set my yellow bucket down. The solvent reacted to the humidity, bubbling with a soft, protective hiss. I didn't use the rag this time. I reached into the water. It was freezing, filled with the phantom sensations of shoppers who hadn't been born yet and the echoes of elevator music that had no source. My hands, now more gray than flesh, didn't shiver. I felt the texture of the blueprints under the water. The vellum was soft, turning into a pulp of white noise. "Steady," I whispered. I began to gather the water with my bare hands, scooping the liquid reality back onto the paper. It shouldn't have worked. Physics said the water should slip through my fingers, but in the hallway, physics was just a suggestion made by a committee that had long since adjourned. I willed the water to be ink again. I pictured the straight lines of the storefronts, the rigid geometry of the parking lots, the sterile perfection of the food court. Slowly, the liquid began to stiffen. The blue-black water crawled back into the fibers of the paper, forming the sharp, unforgiving lines of a structural load-bearing wall. The humidity in the air began to drop. The roar of the fans faded into a rhythmic clicking, like a heart monitor. As I worked, I noticed a shadow moving on the periphery of my vision. It wasn't my shadow. Mine was currently busy holding my bucket. This shadow was small, darting between the legs of the drafting tables. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, like a film strip skipping frames. "Toby," I called out, the name a reflex from a life that felt like a movie I'd seen once and mostly forgotten. The shadow stopped. It resolved into the shape of a child, but when the light from my maglite hit it, the features blurred. It had no face, only a smooth surface of pale gray, like an uncarved marble bust. It was wearing a miniature version of my own work jacket. "Not Toby," the creature said. Its voice didn't come from a mouth. It vibrated out of the air around it. "Toby is in the light. I am the echo of the boy who stayed." I didn't feel fear. I felt a weary sort of kinship. "What do you want?" "The foreman wants to know if you've seen the crack," the echo said. It pointed a finger toward the far wall, where the corrugated metal met a ceiling of acoustic tiles. I looked. There was a hairline fracture in the reality of the room. It wasn't a hole in the wall. It was a hole in the asterisk idea of the wall. Through it, I could see a flash of something that wasn't gray or industrial. I saw a glimpse of a forest, real trees, real dirt, and a sky that was a terrifying, brilliant blue. It was a jagged tear in the building, a leak from the world I had just traded away. "It's a structural instability," the echo whispered. "The memories of the workers are too heavy. They keep trying to go back. If the crack grows, the hallway spills into the woods. The woods will die. The hallway will catch fire." I looked at my hands. They were stained with the blueprint ink, the dark lines of the mall etched into my palms like permanent scars. I looked at the crack. I could smell pine needles and damp earth. For a second, the hollow space in my chest throbbed with a phantom ache, a memory of a truck, a highway, and a hitchhiker I hadn't helped. "How do I fix it?" I asked. "You can't fix it with solvent," the echo said. its voice sounding like dry leaves skittering on a sidewalk. You have to fill it with something that belongs to both places, something that has weight here and there. I reached into my pocket. I expected to find the iron key or the mag light, but my fingers brushed against something small and cold. I pulled it out. It was the $5 bill I had left on the counter of the diner. I didn't know how it had gotten back into my pocket, or perhaps I had never really left it. In the architecture of the hallway, the act of giving was often just a different way of holding on. The bill was crumpled, stained with a drop of coffee and the faint scent of the diner's grease. It was a piece of the above, a token of exchange, a fragment of a world where things had value based on a shared lie. I walked toward the crack. The closer I got, the louder the forest became. I could hear birds, real birds, not the rhythmic chirping of malfunctioning smoke detectors. I could feel a breeze that didn't come from a vent. It felt like a hand on my face. "Don't look too long," the echo warned. "The sky is a vacuum. It will pull the ink right out of your veins." I squinted against the brightness of the blue. I took the $5 bill and pressed it into the crack. The paper didn't tear. It expanded. The fibers of the currency began to weave themselves into the void, the green ink of the Treasury Department bleeding into the gray of the hallway. The images of the forest and the sky were smothered by the texture of the bill, turning the breach into a patched-up seam of legal tender and heavy-duty paper. The crack groaned, then snapped shut. The smell of pine vanished, replaced instantly by the comforting, sterile scent of floor wax and ozone. I stepped back, breathing hard. My maglite flickered once, then stayed steady. "The foreman will be pleased," the echo said. It began to fade, its form dissolving into the gray mist of the sublevel. The economy of the building is preserved, for now. I stood in the silence of Section 10 for a long time. The blueprints were dry. The water was gone. The mall was safe to be built, a cathedral of commerce that would eventually crumble and find its way back down here as a series of discarded receipts. I picked up my bucket and my rag. My shift wasn't over. It was never over. I began to walk toward the next door, the one marked Stairwell 4 Maintenance Only asterisk. As I walked, I realized I wasn't humming anymore. I was listening. I was listening to the sound of the building, the way a sailor listens to the creaking of a ship's hull. I could hear the weight of the world above me, the millions of people sleeping in beds, driving on roads, walking through hallways of their own. They didn't know that their reality was being held together by men with rags and buckets in the dark. They didn't know that every time they forgot a name or lost a key, it ended up in my hands. I reached the stairwell and began to climb. The stairs were made of iron grating, and through the gaps I could see the levels below. Level after level of filing cabinets, of empty offices, of waiting rooms rooms where the chairs were bolted to the floor. It was a monument to the mundane, a palace of the almost. When I reached the landing of the third level, I saw a figure sitting on the top step. It was Marcus. He didn't look like he did in Oakhaven. He was wearing a suit that was too large for him, made of the same gray canvas as the janitor's uniform. His eyes were wide and milky, and he was holding a heavy, leather-bound book. "Elias," he said. His voice was like the sound of a shovel hitting gravel. "Marcus," I replied, stopping a few steps below him. "I thought you were in the shadows." "I am the shadows," he said, opening the book. The pages were black, written in ink that glowed with a faint bioluminescent light. "I'm the clerk now. I record the arrivals. I saw you come in. I saw you handle the ink." "Is it true," I asked, "about the judge?" Marcus nodded slowly. "He's in the penthouse, but the penthouse is also the basement. The building is a circle, Elias. You think you're climbing, but you're just descending into a different version of the same floor. You think you're working, but you're just part of the architecture." He turned the book toward me. On the page, I saw my own name, written in that same elegant, flowing script I'd seen in the folder. Eliasthorne. Position, interim foreman. Status, integrated. "Interim?" I asked. "Until the next one comes," Marcus said. "There's always a next one. The building grows. It needs more rags, more buckets, more men who don't run when the water rises." He stood up, the heavy book thudding against his thigh. He looked past me, down into the infinite well of the stairwell. "The foreman wants you to check the lights in the north corridor," Marcus said. "They're flickering in a pattern that's starting to mean something. We can't have the lights meaning things. It distracts the tenants." "Tenants?" I asked. "I thought the hallways were empty." Marcus smiled, a thin, jagged line on his gray face. "They are empty. That's why the tenants are so loud. They're trying to fill the space with themselves. Go. The north corridor is waiting." He stepped into the wall. He didn't use a door. He simply merged with the concrete, his suit and his book becoming part of the texture of the masonry. I stood on the landing for a moment, looking at the spot where he had been. Then I turned toward the north corridor. The lights were indeed flickering. It was a rhythmic pulse, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. SOS. I didn't hurry. I didn't panic. I walked toward the first light fixture, my mag light clipped to my belt, my bucket swinging at my side. I reached up and unscrewed the plastic cover. The bulb inside was buzzing, a trapped insect of light trying to signal for help. I took a new bulb from my pocket. It was cold and heavy, filled with a gas that didn't exist in the world above. I swapped them out. The flickering stopped. The hallway returned to its steady, industrial yellow. I moved to the next light, and the next. As I worked, the sound of my own footsteps began to change. They didn't sound like boots on concrete anymore. They sounded like the building itself, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated in the soles of my feet. I wasn't walking through the hallway. I was the hallway walking through itself. I thought about the boy, Toby. I thought about the diner. I thought about the sky. But the thoughts were getting smaller. They were like old photographs left in the sun, the colors fading until there was nothing left but a pale, indistinct blur. I didn't try to hold on to them. I let them go. I let them fall into the cracks between the floorboards of my mind. I had a job to do. The north corridor stretched out into the distance, a perfect, unbroken line of yellow light and gray walls. It was beautiful. It was clean. It was silent. I reached the end of the row and looked back. The hallway was perfect. No leaks, no flickers, no shadows that didn't belong. I felt a sense of peace I had never known in the world above. There was no uncertainty here. There was no change. There was only the maintenance. There was only the function. I pulled the iron key from my pocket and held it up to the light. It was no longer black. It was turning the same shade of gray as my hand. I smiled. I turned toward the next door, the one that led to the boiler room or the library or the morgue. It didn't matter. They were all just different rooms in the same house. I stepped through the door and into the next hallway. The footsteps followed me, steady and measured. They were the only sound in the world, and they were mine. I was the foreman, and the building was open for business. The boiler room did not house a boiler. Instead of a massive iron tank of scalding water, the center of the subterranean cathedral was occupied by a pulsing, translucent membrane that stretched from the floor to the vaulted ceiling. It looked like the lung of a titan, silver-veined and rhythmic. This was the source of the heat that kept the hallway from freezing into a solid block of forgotten intent. It hummed with a low-frequency vibration that rattled my teeth, a sound that felt less like machinery and more like a collective sigh. I stood at the edge of the catwalk, looking down into the pit where the membrane rooted into the bedrock. There were others there, not the woman in the high-vis vest or the echo of Toby, but silhouettes, men and women who moved with a synchronized, hypnotic lethargy. They were polishing the silver veins with long, soft brushes. Each stroke of the brush released a faint amber glow, a spark of warmth that traveled upward through the membrane and into the ventilation shafts. "They're polishing the regrets," a voice said near my ear. I didn't flinch. I was becoming accustomed to the way the inhabitants of this place coalesced out of the humidity. I turned to see an old man sitting on the railing. He was wearing a tuxedo that had been mended so many times with copper wire that he looked like a marionette. He was holding a small, silver whistle. "Regrets?" I asked, my voice sounding metallic in the vast space. "The hottest fuel there is," the old man said, gesturing to the pulsing lung. Nothing burns like the things people wish they hadn't done. We harvest them from the mail slots in the residential levels. We bring them here, filter out the bitterness, and use the raw heat to keep the pipes from bursting. If we let the regrets go cold, the building becomes brittle. It cracks. And you saw what happens when it cracks. I thought of the $5 bill I had sacrificed to the wall in Section 10. I patched a leak today, with a piece of the world above. The man in the tuxedo nodded, his copper-wired joints creaking. A temporary fix. Currency is a weak adhesive. It's based on trust, and trust is a volatile substance down here. You'll need to find something more permanent soon. The judge is demanding a full structural audit of the South Wing. The nostalgia levels are overflowing. Where is the South Wing? Follow the smell of old paper and rain, he said, bringing the whistle to his lips. He blew, but no sound came out, at least nothing I could hear. Down in the pit, the polishers stopped in unison, turned toward the membrane and pressed their foreheads against the silver veins. The lung flared bright crimson, and a wave of heat washed over the catwalk, smelling of Sunday dinners and first kisses and the sharp, ozone sting of a lightning strike. I left him there, the tuxedoed conductor of the building's furnace, and headed toward the South Wing. The transition this time was marked by a shift in the lighting. The industrial yellow of the North Corridor gave way to a soft, sepia glow, as if the air itself were being filtered through an old lampshade. The walls here weren't concrete. They were lined with floor-to-ceiling mahogany shelves, packed tight with leather-bound ledgers, loose-leaf scrolls, and stacks of yellowed newspapers. This was the memory archive, the place where the building stored the things that the world above had outgrown. As I walked, I realized the floor was no longer metal or stone. I was walking on a carpet of discarded photographs, millions of them, black and white, sepia, faded technicolor. Faces of people long dead, houses that had been torn down to make way for highways, pets that had been buried in backyards 40 years ago. Each step I took made a soft, crinkling sound, a chorus of paper whispers. I felt a sudden, sharp tug at my ankle. I looked down. A hand was reaching out from between two stacks of ledgers. It wasn't a gray hand like mine. It was pale, nearly transparent, the skin like wet parchment. Help me find the date. A voice rasped from the shadows of the bottom shelf. I knelt, my maglite illuminating a woman huddled in the narrow gap. She was dressed in a floral housecoat that seemed to be melting into the dust. Her eyes were frantic, darting back and forth across a pile of birth certificates. What date? I asked. The day the music stopped, she whispered. I was in the kitchen. I was making tea. The radio was playing Blue Moon. And then, I wasn't there anymore. I was here. But I can't find the certificate. If I can't find the certificate, I don't have a beginning. And if I don't have a beginning, I can't have an end. I looked at the pile of papers. They were all blank. The ink had migrated, sliding off the pages and pooling on the floor like oil. "The ink is gone," I said gently. "It went to the blueprints in section 10. The woman let out a low, keening wail. She began to claw at the blank pages, her fingernails leaving white gouges in the paper. "Then I'm a ghost. I'm a ghost in a house with no doors." "You're not a ghost," I said, though I wasn't sure if I was lying. "You're a tenant. You have a place here." "I don't want a place. I want a date." I reached into my bucket. I still had the rag, damp with the solvent that dissolved the almost. I didn't know if it would work on a person, but I knew I couldn't leave her screaming in the south wing. The sound was too sharp. It was vibrating the mahogany shelves, threatening to bring the weight of a century's worth of records down on both of us. "Hold still," I said. I touched the damp rag to her forehead. She didn't scream. She didn't dissolve. Instead, the frantic motion of her eyes slowed. The floral pattern on her housecoat stopped shifting. The solvent didn't erase her, it stabilized her. It stripped away the frantic almost of her existence and left her with the cold, hard is of the building. Her skin turned the familiar, matte gray of the hallway. Her eyes became milky and calm. She looked at me, and for a second I saw a flicker of recognition, not of who I was, but of what I represented. "The foreman," she murmured. "Go to the boiler room," I told her. "They need more polishers. Your regret is warm. Use it." She nodded, stood up with a grace that hadn't been there before, and began to walk toward the exit. She didn't look back at the blank birth certificates. She didn't need a beginning anymore. She had a function. I watched her go, then turned my attention to the shelves. The audit Marcus had mentioned wasn't going to be easy. The south wing was a mess of chronological leakage. I could see 19th century farm records bleeding into 1980s tax returns. The weight of it was causing the floor to sag, creating a literal depression in time. I spent the next several hours, or perhaps it was days. The Maglight's beam never wavered, and my stomach never growled, organizing the chaos. I used the iron key to unlock the heavier cabinets, forcing the drawers to accept the overflow of memories. I filed the photographs by the intensity of their fading. I stacked the newspapers by the gravity of their headlines. The work was meditative. It stripped away the last vestiges of Elia's thorn. I forgot the color of my first car. I forgot the name of the girl I'd taken to prom. I forgot why I had been driving a truck in the first place. I was a creature of the file, a servant of the shelf. I was halfway through a stack of telegrams from the Great War when the air in the south wing changed. The sepia glow turned a bruised, violent purple. The mahogany shelves began to groan, the wood twisting as if it were being wrung by invisible hands. A door at the far end of the wing, A massive, iron-studded portal that I hadn't noticed before swung open. A man stepped through. He was tall, impossibly thin, wearing a coat made of black feathers that seemed to swallow the light. He didn't walk, he glided, his feet making no sound on the carpet of photographs. In his hand, he carried a gavel made of bone. The judge. I stood my ground, my bucket in one hand and my maglite in the other. I felt small, a gray speck against the encroaching darkness of his coat, but the iron key at my belt was warm. It was my badge of office. The audit is incomplete, the judge said. His voice wasn't a sound. It was a pressure in my sinuses, a cold weight that made my lungs feel like they were filled with silt. The leakage was extensive, I replied, surprised at the steadiness of my own voice. The tenants are losing their dates. The ink is migrating to the new structures. The judge stopped a few feet from me. He had no face, only a mask made of a single polished piece of obsidian. I could see my own reflection in it, a gray man with tired eyes holding a yellow plastic bucket. The new structures are a vanity, the judge said. The mall, the offices, the parking garages, they are built on the breath of the living, but they are anchored in the silence of the dead. If the anchor fails, the vanity collapses, and the building must never collapse. He raised the bone gavel. You are the foreman, you have the key, you have the solvent. Why do the walls still bleed? Because the world above won't stop making more, I said. They keep dreaming, they keep forgetting, they keep leaving things behind in the hallways. I can't clean it faster than they can create it. The judge tilted his obsidian head. Then you must close the vents. You must stop the intake. If I stop the intake, the building starves, I countered, the knowledge of the mechanics flowing into me from the key. The boiler needs the regrets. The archives need the loss. Without the world above, we are just an empty box in the dark. The judge lowered the gavel. The purple light faded, returning to the stagnant sepia of the archive. You understand the cycle better than the one before you. He tried to save the photographs. He tried to give them back to the people in their sleep. What happened to him? He became a pillar in the north wing, the judge said. He is part of the foundation now. His heart is a load-bearing element. The judge turned to leave but paused. There is a room on the 4th level, room 412. It contains a suitcase. The suitcase is leaking a sound that is disrupting the sleep of the residents on the 5th level. Find it, silence it, or the 5th level will wake up. And if they wake up, they will try to leave. We cannot allow them to leave. Why not? The judge looked back at me, and for a split second, the obsidian mask seemed to turn transparent. I saw a glimpse of what lay beneath, not a face, but a galaxy of swirling gray dust, a vortex of infinite hallways. Because there is nowhere else to go, he whispered. The world above is just the roof of this one, and the roof is leaking. He stepped back through the iron-studded door, and it slammed shut with a sound that echoed through the entire wing, a final, definitive note that signaled the end of my audience. I stood alone in the silence of the south wing. The photographs under my feet were still. The mahogany shelves had stopped groaning. Room 412, the fourth level. I picked up my bucket and began to walk. I didn't use the stairs this time. I walked to the nearest elevator, a cage of rusted brass and frayed cables. I pressed the button for the fourth floor. The elevator didn't move up. The building moved down around it. I watched through the brass grills as the levels slid past. The archives, the boiler room, the basement of the basement. The air grew colder, thinner. When the doors opened, I stepped out into a hallway that was different from all the others. It wasn't concrete or wood. It was made of glass. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, all of it was thick, frosted glass. Behind the glass, I could see shapes moving, blurred, indistinct forms that looked like people caught in a blizzard. These were the residents of the fourth level. They weren't staff, and they weren't tenants like the woman in the housecoat. They were the ones who were still being. They were the ones the building hadn't fully digested yet. I found room 412. The door was glass too, but it was etched with a pattern of thorns. I reached for the handle. It was freezing, the cold biting through the gray skin of my palm. I turned it and stepped inside. The room was small, empty, except for a single, battered leather suitcase sitting in the center of the floor. The sound the judge had mentioned was coming from the suitcase. It wasn't a scream or a cry. It was the sound of a heartbeat, a fast, frantic, living heartbeat. A thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. It was the loudest thing I had heard since I entered the building. It was a violent, intrusive sound, a pulse of pure, unadulterated life that felt like a physical blow to the quiet of the hallway. I approached the suitcase. The leather was warm to the touch. It was vibrating with the force of the heart inside. I knelt beside it. I knew what I had to do. I was the foreman. My job was to maintain the silence. My job was to protect the empty hallways from the noise of the world above. I reached for the latches. They were brass, tarnished, and stubborn. I forced them open. The suitcase didn't contain a heart. It contained a radio, a small transistor radio from the 60s, its plastic casing cracked, its dial glowing with a faint, ghostly light. The heartbeat was coming from the speaker, but as I watched, the sound changed. The heartbeat slowed, morphing into the sound of a voice. A woman's voice, distorted by static, calling out a name. Elias, Elias, are you there? The coffee-'s getting cold, Elias. I froze. The voice was familiar. It was a voice from the world of color, a voice from the world of salt water and sun. It was the voice of the person I had been before I became the gray man with the bucket. Elias, can you hear me? The truck is still in the driveway. The keys are on the hook. Just come back. Please, just come back. The static grew louder, a roar of white noise that threatened to shatter the glass walls of the room. Behind me, the shapes in the hallway began to press against the frost, their blurred hands reaching for the sound. They were waking up. The heartbeat, the voice, the life. It was a beacon, a hole in the gray reality of the fourth level. I looked at the radio. I could feel the pull of it. I could see, for a fleeting second, a kitchen with yellow curtains and the smell of toast. I could see a life that wasn't made of ledgers and solvent. But then I looked at my hands. They were gray. My fingernails were the color of slate. My heart didn't beat. It hummed with the frequency of the building. I wasn't Elias anymore. Elias was a ghost. Elias was a regret. I reached into my bucket. I pulled out the rag, dripping with the heavy, clear solvent. I'm sorry, I whispered, though I didn't know who I was talking to. I pressed the rag over the speaker of the radio. The static died instantly. The voice was cut off mid-sentence, the word back dissolving into a hiss of evaporating liquid. The heartbeat stopped. The radio didn't break. It simply became part of the room. The plastic turned gray. The glow of the dial faded. The leather of the suitcase hardened into stone. The shapes in the hallway retreated from the glass. The silence returned, heavy and absolute, settling over the fourth level like a shroud. I stayed on my knees for a long time, my hands still resting on the silenced radio. I felt a hollowness in my chest, a space where the heartbeat had been. But it wasn't a painful hollowness. It was just space, more room for the building to occupy. I stood up and closed the suitcase. It was heavy now, a solid block of silence. I walked out of room 412 and locked the glass door with the iron key. The thorns on the etching seemed to wrap around the lock, sealing it tight. I walked back to the elevator. I didn't feel tired. I didn't feel sad. I felt integrated. As the elevator began its descent back to the basement, I looked at my reflection in the brass grill. My eyes were no longer milky. They were clear, bright, and as dark as the obsidian mask of the judge. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small piece of paper. It was a fragment of the birth certificate the woman in the South Wing had been looking for. It was blank, except for a single word that had somehow survived the migration of the ink. Forever. I crumpled the paper and dropped it into my bucket. It dissolved instantly, turning into a swirl of gray silt. The elevator doors opened. I stepped out into the basement. The old janitor was there, waiting for me. He wasn't holding a mop this time. He was holding a new jacket, a heavy, dark coat made of the same material as the judge's but without the feathers. "The south wing is stable," I said. "Room 412 is silent." The old man nodded, handing me the coat. "You've done well, Foreman. The building is breathing easy tonight." I put on the coat. It was heavy, but it fit perfectly. It felt like armor. "What's next?" I asked. The old man pointed toward a door I hadn't seen before. A door that was painted a brilliant, jarring white. "The blueprints for the new city," he said. "They're starting to dream of a skyscraper, a building that reaches for the clouds." I picked up my bucket and my mag light. I felt the weight of the key at my belt, the warmth of the building in my bones. "Then we better get to work," I said. "We can't have them reaching too high. They might see what's holding them up." I walked toward the white door, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. A sound that was no longer lonely but essential. A sound that meant the world was still there, even if it didn't know why. I turned the handle and stepped into the light. The work was never-ending, and for the first time I was glad. The white door didn't lead to a room. It led to a precipice. When I stepped through, the floor beneath my boots was no longer the familiar, reassuring grit of the basement. It was a grid of polished steel beams, suspended over an abyss so profound that the maglight's beam simply died halfway down, swallowed by a hungry, velvet blackness. Above me, there was no ceiling. Only a swirling vortex of blueprints, thousands of translucent vellum sheets fluttering like the wings of trapped birds. They were lit from somewhere far above by a cold, electric blue light, the kind of light that precedes a lightning strike. This was the skeleton. This was the framework upon which the new city was being draped, a skeletal structure of ambition and vanity that sought to pierce the very roof the judge had spoken of. "They're dreaming of glass towers," the old man's voice echoed from behind me, though when I turned, the white door was gone. There was only the narrow steel beam and the wind. A dry, paper-thin wind that smelled of ozone and fresh ink. They want to live in the sky so they don't have to look at the ground. But the higher they go, the more weight they put on the joints. You see the stress forming. You see where it's cracking. I looked down at the beam beneath my feet. It wasn't solid. It was translucent. And inside the steel, I could see things trapped like insects in amber. I saw a gold wedding ring. I saw a child's lost mitten. I saw a set of car keys and a crumpled eviction notice. The new was being forged from the lost. Every bolt in this skyscraper was a forgotten promise. Every pane of glass was a frozen tear. The beam groaned. A hairline fracture appeared near my left boot, and from the crack, a thick black liquid began to ooze. It wasn't the ink of the archives. It was heavier, more viscous. It was the almost in its purest form, the raw, unrefined energy of human desire that had nowhere to go. I knelt on the narrow beam, the wind tugging at my new, heavy coat. The coat didn't flutter. It anchored me, its weight counteracting the vertigo of the abyss. I reached into my bucket and pulled out a handful of the gray silt I had collected from the dissolved birth certificate. I pressed the silt into the crack. The black liquid hissed, reacting to the stability of the archive dust. The fracture didn't just close, it scarred over, the steel turning a dull, matte gray. The groaning stopped. For a moment, that section of the skyscraper felt solid, permanent. But as I looked out across the grid, I saw thousands of these leaks. The entire structure was weeping. The world above was dreaming too fast, building on foundations of sand and shadow, and the pressure was becoming unsustainable. "I need more than a rag," I muttered to the wind. I began to walk along the beams, balancing with the instinct of a tightrope walker. My maglite cut through the blue haze, revealing the sheer scale of the construction. This wasn't just one building, it was an entire neighborhood of the mind, a sprawling metropolis of what if and someday. I saw the outlines of penthouse apartments where people would never sleep, and office boardrooms where decisions would never be made. It was a beautiful, hollow lie. I reached a junction where 4 massive pillars met. Here, the leakage was a waterfall. A torrent of black almost was pouring down into the abyss, and the sound was like 1,000 whispers all trying to speak at once. I almost told her, I almost stayed, I almost won. The whispers were a physical force, vibrating the marrow of my bones. If I didn't stop the leak, the junction would dissolve, and the skyscraper, and whatever part of the world above it supported, would come crashing down into the memory archive. I looked into my bucket. It was nearly empty. I had the solvent, I had a bit of silt, and I had the iron key. But I didn't have enough mass to plug a leak this size. Then I remembered what the judge had said about my predecessor. He became a pillar. His heart is a load-bearing element. I looked at my gray hands. I felt the steady, mechanical hum in my chest. I wasn't a man anymore, but I wasn't a ghost either. I was the foreman, and a foreman's job was to ensure the integrity of the structure, no matter the cost. I didn't have a heart of flesh, but I had the key. I took the iron key from my belt. It felt incredibly heavy, as if it were made of the same leaden weight as the building's foundation. I looked at the junction, at the place where the black liquid was eroding the very idea of a floor. I didn't drop the key. I didn't throw it. I pressed it against the center of the junction, right into the heart of the waterfall. The effect was instantaneous. The iron key didn't just plug the leak, it absorbed it. The black liquid began to spiral around the key, drawn in by the sheer gravitational force of the is. The whispers grew louder, a deafening roar of voices, and then silence. The key glowed with a dull, internal heat. It began to expand, its metal teeth lengthening and branching out like the roots of a tree. It fused with the steel beams, weaving itself into the fabric of the skyscraper. I watched as the iron veins spread, turning the translucent, fragile, almost into the solid gray is. The junction was no longer a point of failure. It was the strongest part of the building. But as the key merged with the structure, I felt a sharp, agonizing tug in my chest. My connection to the building was no longer just a role or a title. It was a physical bond. I could feel the wind on the upper levels. I could feel the weight of the archives far below. I could feel the heat of the boiler room and the cold of the glass hallway. I was no longer just the man with the bucket. I was the nervous system of the house with no doors. I slumped back against a pillar, my breath coming in shallow, gray puffs. The forever paper in my bucket had been right. This wasn't a job you retired from. This was a transformation. The key is gone, a voice said. I looked up. The old janitor was standing on a beam a few feet away. He looked different now, faded, almost transparent. The sepia glow of the archives was leaking through him. I gave it to the building, I said, my voice sounding like grinding stone. Then my shift is finally over, the old man whispered. He smiled, and for the first time I saw the man he had been before the hallways claimed him. He looked tired. He looked ready to be forgotten. You're the anchor now, Elias. You're the one who holds the roof up. Where are you going? I asked, though I already knew. To the south wing, he said. I think I left a date there, a Tuesday in July. I'd like to find it before the ink is all gone. He turned and walked into the blue haze. He didn't leave any footsteps. He simply thinned out, becoming a part of the atmosphere, a stray memory drifting toward the shelves. I stood up, testing my new weight. I didn't need the key on my belt anymore. I could feel the locks of the building clicking in my mind. I knew which doors were open and which were barred. I knew which tenants were sleeping and which were scratching at the walls. I looked up at the swirling blueprints. They were still there, still dreaming of height and light, but they felt less threatening now. They were just layers, skin over bone. I picked up my bucket. It was empty of silt and solvent, but it didn't matter. I didn't need tools anymore. I was the tool. I began the long climb down. I didn't use the elevator or the stairs. I simply willed myself to the lower levels, the building rearranging its dimensions to accommodate my descent. I passed through the fourth level, the glass walls humming as I moved. I passed through the archives, where the woman in the floral housecoat was now methodically filing newspapers with a calm, gray efficiency. I passed through the north corridor, where the gray-skinned polishers paused in their work to bow their heads as I went by. Finally, I reached the basement. The truck was still there, my truck, the one I had been driving when the world turned gray. It was a rusted hulk now, its tires flat, its windshield shattered. It looked like an ancient artifact, a relic from a civilization that had long since vanished. I walked over to the driver's side door and pulled it open. The hinges screamed, a sound of protest from a world that no longer fit. On the seat was a small, framed photograph. It was the one I had forgotten, the one I had let the building take. It showed a woman with yellow curtains behind her, holding a cup of coffee and laughing at something the person behind the camera had said. I picked up the photo. The color was gone, replaced by the matte gray of the hallway. But as I touched it, I felt a faint, lingering warmth, a ghost of a heartbeat. I didn't try to save it. I didn't try to take it with me. I placed the photo face down on the dashboard. Then I took my maglite, the last thing I had brought from the world above, and laid it beside the photo. I clicked it off. The darkness of the basement was absolute, but I could see perfectly. I didn't need the light of the living to navigate the house of the dead. I walked away from the truck, toward the boiler room. The heat was calling to me, the rhythmic thrum of the furnace acting as the new tempo for my existence. There was a leak in the west wing. A pipe was sweating the memories of a rainy afternoon in 1954, and the carpet was starting to grow damp with nostalgia. It needed to be sealed. It needed to be made solid. I adjusted my heavy black coat and gripped the handle of my empty bucket. The footsteps in the empty hallway were mine. They were the only sound in the world, a steady, deliberate beat that kept the darkness at bay. I wasn't Elia's thorn. I wasn't a man in a truck. I was the foreman of the great archive, the guardian of the glass hallway, the anchor of the skyscraper. I was the silence between the heartbeats. And as I turned the corner into the west wing, I realized I had never been more awake. The building breathed in. I breathed out. The work continued. The west wing did not smell of ozone or old paper. It smelled of wet wool and the metallic tang of a coming storm. Here, the architecture was different, less like a fortress and more like a hospital ward for things that refused to stay buried. The walls were lined with lockers, thousands of them, their gray paint bubbling and peeling as if the metal beneath were trying to breathe. I walked the length of the corridor, my heavy coat brushing against the lockers. With every step, I felt the vibrations of the building through the soles of my boots. I didn't need to look at the room numbers. I could feel the pressure change in the air, a localized pocket of humidity that shouldn't exist in a place made of stone and shadow. The leak was at locker 902. It wasn't a pipe. It was a memory of rain, a specific, relentless downpour from a Tuesday in April that had never quite ended. The water wasn't dripping. It was seeping through the steel, a cold, translucent blue that turned gray the moment it touched the floor. It pooled around my boots, and as it did, I felt a sudden, sharp pang of someone else's grief. I saw a funeral with umbrellas that wouldn't open. I felt the soak of cheap leather shoes and the taste of salt on a lip. I didn't reach for a rag. I reached for the locker handle. The metal was freezing. As I pulled it open, the almost spilled out in a wave. It wasn't liquid anymore. It was a physical weight, a mass of unspent tears and words swallowed back down. Inside the locker, there was no shelf, no coat hook. There was only a window that looked out onto a street that didn't exist. A man stood there, his back to me, shivering in the rain. He was waiting for a bus that was 60 years late. "The schedule has changed," I said. My voice was no longer a whisper. It was the sound of a heavy door closing. The man didn't turn. He couldn't. He was a loop, a stutter in the building's logic. If I let him stay, his sorrow would eventually erode the floorboards of the level above. He was a soft spot in the foundation. I stepped into the locker. The transition was seamless. One moment I was in the gray hallway, the next I was standing on a curb in a city made of mist. The rain felt real, biting and wet, but as it hit my dark coat, it simply vanished. The coat didn't absorb it, it negated it. I walked up to the man. He was fading at the edges, his silhouette blurring into the rainy backdrop. I reached out and placed a gray hand on his shoulder. The moment I touched him, the rain stopped. Not because the storm ended, but because I had introduced the absolute silence of the basement into his world. The streetlights flickered and died. The sound of the phantom traffic faded. "It's time to go inside," I told him. The man turned then. He had no face, only a smooth, featureless surface of gray static. He nodded once, a slow, jerky motion, and then he began to fold. He didn't fall. He collapsed inward, his form shrinking until he was nothing more than a small, heavy stone at my feet. I picked up the stone. It was cold and smooth, the concentrated essence of a Tuesday that had lasted too long. I stepped back out of the locker and into the hallway. I closed the locker door. The blue seepage stopped instantly. The puddle on the floor evaporated into a thin, gray mist. I took the stone and dropped it into my bucket. It rattled against the bottom, a solid, permanent sound. I continued down the hallway, the weight in my bucket growing with every stop. A forgotten anniversary in locker 1014. A missed phone call in 882. Each one a leak, each one a potential collapse. I harvested them all, turning the fluid almost into the solid is. By the time I reached the end of the west wing, the bucket was heavy enough to strain my arm. I felt the building's approval, a low-frequency hum that vibrated through the floor. The stress on the skyscraper beams above would be lessening now. The foundation was being reinforced by the very things that had threatened to break it. I found myself standing before a set of double doors I hadn't noticed before. They were made of heavy oak, out of place among the steel and glass. Above them, A sign was carved into the wood, the drafting room. I didn't need a key. I pressed my palm against the wood, and the doors swung open with a groan of ancient hinges. Inside, the room was vast, lit by thousands of flickering candles that floated in the air like stars. There were no desks, only long, slanted tables made of bone-white marble, and at every table, a figure was bent over a sheet of vellum, scratching away with a quill made from a gray feather. They were the architects. They didn't look like the janitor or the polishers. They were tall, spindly creatures with fingers like needles. They wore robes of woven smoke, and their eyes were nothing but hollow pits of ink. They didn't look up when I entered. They were too busy dreaming. I walked to the nearest table. The architect was drawing a staircase. It was a beautiful, impossible thing, a spiral that defied gravity, winding upward toward a sun that would never rise. "This won't hold," I said, my voice echoing in the vast chamber. The architect's quill paused. It didn't look at me, but its head tilted to the side, a bird-like movement. "It is the height they desire," the architect hissed. The voice sounded like paper tearing. "They want to be closer to the light. They want to forget the weight of the stone. The stone is what keeps them from drifting away," I countered. I reached into my bucket and pulled out the stone from locker 902, the rain-soaked Tuesday. I placed it on the vellum, right in the center of the impossible staircase. The vellum hissed. The ink of the drawing began to swirl around the stone, trying to incorporate it, to turn the weight into a line. But the stone was too real. It didn't bend. Instead, the staircase began to change. The delicate, ethereal spirals thickened. The marble steps turned to granite. The impossible angles shifted into something sturdy, something that could actually bear a load. The architect let out a low, mournful sound, a sigh of lost ambition. But it didn't stop drawing. It adjusted its grip on the quill and began to sketch the reinforcements. It began to draw the shadows that would support the light. "You are a cruel foreman," the architect whispered. "I am a necessary one," I replied. "If they reach the sun, they will burn. If they stay in the building, they will endure." I moved from table to table, placing the stones of the West Wing onto the dreams of the new city. I turned glass balconies into iron parapets. I turned open-air gardens into reinforced bunkers. I was grounding the world, one dream at a time. As I worked, I felt the skyscraper above me shifting. The groaning of the steel beams changed pitch. The frantic, high-pitched vibration of the almost slowed down, becoming a deep, resonant thud. The building was becoming denser. It was becoming more like the basement. When my bucket was empty, I stood in the center of the drafting room. The architects were all working now, their quills moving in a frantic, rhythmic dance. They weren't drawing a city of light anymore. They were drawing a city of endurance. A city that would never fall because it was too heavy to move. I felt a sudden, sharp coldness in my chest. Not the mechanical hum, but a true, biting frost. I looked down at my hands. The gray was deepening. My skin was starting to take on the texture of the marble tables. I could feel my heartbeat, the one that wasn't a heartbeat, slowing down even further. I was becoming a load-bearing element. "The judge is waiting," a voice said. I turned. The old janitor was there, but he wasn't transparent anymore. He was standing by the oak doors, his form flickering between the man he had been and a pillar of salt. "You finished the west wing," he said, "but the north wing is restless. The children are dreaming of flying again." "They won't fly," I said, and for the first time I felt a flicker of something like anger. Or perhaps it was just the building's intolerance for disorder. "Not while I'm the foreman." "Good," the old man said. He reached out and touched the frame of the door. "The higher they try to go, the deeper we must dig. That is the balance. You understand that now, don't you?" "I understand," I said. I walked toward the doors, my footsteps sounding like hammers on an anvil. I didn't look back at the architects or their heavy, gray dreams. I had a job to do. As I stepped out into the hallway, the candles in the drafting room went out all at once. The darkness was complete, but I didn't reach for my mag light. I didn't need it. I could see the blueprints etched into the very air. I could see the cracks in the reality of the hallways before they even formed. I could see the ghosts of the people who would one day walk these floors, and I knew exactly how to keep them from ever leaving. I reached into my pocket. There was one thing left. A small brass latch from the suitcase in room 412. It was tarnished and stubborn. I held it in my palm for a moment, thinking of the voice on the radio. "Elias, are you there?" I closed my hand into a fist, crushing the latch. It didn't break. It simply dissolved, becoming a fine metallic dust that coated my skin. "Elias isn't here," I whispered to the empty hallway. The building groaned in response, a sound of satisfaction, of completion. I picked up my bucket and headed for the north wing. There were dreams of flight to be grounded. There were wings to be clipped. There were more footsteps to be added to the silence. The hallway stretched out before me, infinite and gray, and for the first time I knew exactly where it led. It led to the center of everything, and I was already there. The north wing was different from the others. If the west wing was a hospital for grief and the south wing a graveyard for time, the north wing was a nursery for things that should never have been born. The air here didn't smell of wet wool. It smelled of ozone and uncharged lightning, the static of 1,000 what-ifs crackling against the ceiling tiles. I felt the shift in my marrow before I even crossed the threshold. The building's pulse, usually a deep, rhythmic thrum, became a frantic, syncopated beat. It was the sound of a heart trying to escape a ribcage. Up here, the architecture was thin, translucent in places, where the drywall gave way to the shimmering, oily film of pure potential. "Stay down," I commanded, though there was no one in the hallway but me. The building groaned, a structural protest that vibrated through my teeth. I reached the first door of the north wing, room 1201. It wasn't a door so much as a vertical slit in the reality of the hallway, bleeding a pale, sickly violet light. I didn't use a key. I simply pressed my weight against the air, and the gap widened. Inside, the room was inverted. The furniture, small wooden chairs and low tables, was bolted to the ceiling. On the floor, which was composed of shifting gray clouds, a dozen figures were crouched. They looked like children, but their proportions were wrong. Their limbs too long, their fingers tapering into delicate, smoky wisps. They were hunched over scraps of the forever paper, folding them with a frantic, obsessive speed. I looked at what they were making. Birds. Hundreds of paper birds, their wings etched with the forbidden geometry of the world outside. As I watched, one of the children tossed a bird into the air. It didn't fall. It snapped its paper wings and began to circle the room, its flight path a jagged, impossible scribble. It chirped, a sound like a flute played through a throat full of glass. "You know," I said. The children froze. They turned their heads in unison, their eyes wide and pupilless, reflecting the gray of my coat. They didn't look afraid. They looked expectant, as if I were a storm they had been waiting for. "We want to see the sky," one of them whispered. The voice didn't come from its mouth. It came from the walls. "The blueprints say there is a sun. They say there is a blue that doesn't bruise." "The blueprints lie," I said. I walked into the center of the room, my boots sinking into the cloud floor. The paper birds dived at me, their sharp edges grazing my cheeks, but I didn't flinch. Where they touched me, they didn't draw blood. They drew gray ink. I reached out and caught the lead bird in midair. It struggled in my grip, its paper heart beating against my palm with a terrifying, fragile strength. It wasn't just paper. It was a captured thought of freedom, a stray spark from the world I had left behind. I didn't crush it. I simply held it until the warmth of my hand, the cold, heavy warmth of the anchor, seeped into its fibers. The bird's wings stiffened. The violet light in its eyes flickered and died. It became a heavy, leaden weight. I dropped it. It fell through the clouds and hit the subfloor with a dull, final thud. The children wailed, a sound of structural failure. They scrambled toward their piles of paper, trying to shield them, but I was already moving. I didn't need to touch them. I simply projected the weight of the basement into the room. I let the gravity of the archives, the density of the boiler room, and the crushing pressure of the foundation flood the space. The clouds on the floor solidified into cold, gray concrete. The furniture on the ceiling tore loose, crashing down to the floor where it belonged. The paper birds fell like stones, their flight canceled by the sheer authority of my presence. "This is a room," I told the children, who were now huddled in the corners, their smoky fingers trembling. "It has 4 walls, a floor, and a ceiling. It is not a sky. It is a container. You are not birds. You are occupants." I watched as their forms began to stabilize. The long, spindly limbs shortened. The smoky wisps became solid, gray skin. They were becoming like the polishers, like the filers, entities with a purpose, stripped of the jagged edges of desire. I picked up a handful of the fallen paper birds. They felt like cold iron. I put them in my bucket. They would make excellent ballast for the elevator shafts. I left the room and closed the slit behind me. The violet light was gone, replaced by the steady, flickering amber of the hallway's emergency lamps. The building breathed a sigh of relief. The frantic pulse slowed. The north wing was beginning to settle, the almost being pressed flat by the is. But as I walked further into the wing, I felt a different kind of resistance. It wasn't the chaotic energy of the children. It was a focused, cold intelligence. I stopped in front of a mirror at the end of the corridor. It was a large, ornate thing with a frame of tarnished silver. In the world above, it might have been an antique, a family heirloom. Here, it was a hole. I didn't see my reflection. I saw the man I used to be. He was sitting in the cab of the truck, the rain blurring the windshield. He was looking at the photo of the woman with the yellow curtains. He looked tired, but his eyes were full of a light I no longer recognized, a messy, flickering human light. He was reaching for the radio, his lips moving as he spoke into the static. "Elias," the man in the mirror said. His voice was faint, coming from a great distance. "Elias, can you hear me? The road is washed out. I think I'm lost." I stared at him. I felt a phantom sensation in my chest, a tugging at the place where the key had merged with my heart. For a second, the gray of the hallway seemed to pale. I remembered the smell of coffee. I remembered the feeling of a steering wheel under my hands. I remembered the way the sun felt on a Tuesday in July. "You aren't lost," I said to the mirror. My voice was the grinding of stone on stone. "You're exactly where you're supposed to be." "It's so dark," the man whispered. He pressed his hand against the glass from the other side. "I can't see the lines on the road. I can't see the stars." "There are no stars," I said. "There is only the building. There is only the work." I raised my hand and pressed it against his. Through the glass, I felt a shock of warmth. It was agonizing. It felt like fire, like a brand being pressed into my skin. It was the heat of a living world, a world of endings and beginnings, of decay and growth. The man in the mirror flinched. He looked at my hand, the gray, calloused hand of the foreman, and his eyes filled with horror. "Who are you?" He gasped. I am the one who holds the roof up, I said. I didn't pull away. I pushed. I poured all the silence of the archives, all the coldness of the glass hallway, all the permanence of the foundation into the glass. I pushed until the warmth began to fade. I pushed until the color in the man's face drained away, replaced by the matte gray of the hallway. The truck in the mirror began to rust. The photo on the dashboard curled and blackened. The rain turned into a slow, rhythmic drip of gray silt. The man didn't scream. He simply faded. He became a shadow, then a smudge, then nothing at all. When I pulled my hand back, the mirror was empty. It showed only the hallway behind me, the long, gray perspective of the north wing, perfectly ordered, perfectly still. I looked at my palm. There was a faint red mark where the warmth had been. As I watched, the gray skin closed over it, erasing the last trace of the burn. The building hummed, a deep, resonant chord of triumph. I was whole. The last leak had been plugged. The last almost had been made is. I turned away from the mirror and continued my walk. My bucket was heavy now, filled with the leaden birds and the stones of the west wing. It was a good weight. It was the weight of reality. I reached the central staircase, the great spiral that connected all the wings. I didn't go down to the basement. I went up. I climbed past the fourth level, where the glass walls were now thick and opaque, shielding the residents from the sight of the swirling blueprints. I climbed past the seventh level, where the polishers were working in perfect unison, their movements a silent ballet of maintenance. I climbed until I reached the roof. The door to the roof was made of solid lead. It took all my strength to push it open, the hinges screaming with the weight of the world. I stepped out onto the parapet. The sky wasn't a sky. It was a vast, swirling vortex of blueprints and unfinished thoughts. It was a sea of white lines on a blue-black background, a chaotic map of a city that was constantly trying to build itself. I could see the outlines of cathedrals, the skeletons of bridges, the ghosts of gardens. They were beautiful and they were terrifying. They were the forever paper, unwritten and wild. The wind up here was fierce, a howling gale of unspent possibilities that threatened to tear me off the ledge. It smelled of everything: clover, salt, burnt rubber, jasmine, and nothing at all. I walked to the edge of the parapet. Below me, the skyscraper plunged into the gray mist, a needle of stone piercing the heart of the void. I could feel the entire structure beneath my feet. I could feel the weight of the archive.